call the meeting to order, 9:22.
Here.
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 Here. Thank you. We'll go ahead and get started. The approval of tribal council minutes for May 2nd, May 3rd, May 11th, May 16th, May 30, and May 31. Please take a look at those and review. And the floor is open for a motion to approve. Hypa.
I just had a question because of all the different departments that need to purchase vehicles and stuff. Do we have a motor pool or whatever that's tracking all of our vehicles, where they are on their maintenance stuff and, you know, trade-in values and all that stuff? Do we have anything that's a centralized office doing all that stuff?
Vice Chair.
We currently have our property and supply who is managing all the titles and the proper documentation for vehicles. I did request that they put in a motor pool attendant for the fiscal 24 budgets. And then the executives haven't decided on the administrative issue of if it's going to be its own office or all that other good stuff. So we'll have more answers for you on that.
And then one other question, do all of the vehicles have to be parked in the tribal parking lot, you know, overnight or not? I don't know, I'm just wondering.
I think a majority of them are. From time to time, you know, I use planning's vehicle and sometimes it's parked outside of my office, but other than that, most of them are over there, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so some of them are parked on this side of the building when you come in? Yeah, on that row, so. Motion to approve May 2nd minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, get a motion from Tribal Secretary to approve May 2nd Tribal Council minutes. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Clint Johnson. Yes. Joan White.
Yes.
I vote as chairwoman. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Take a look at May 3rd, if there's any questions or comments. If not, floor is open for a motion to approve.
I have a question.
Vice Chair?
On the very first one, motion number 36, where it says about the TZ school trip, I don't think we never received the submission requested, pending the submission of the requested information. We've never received anything. So I believe the youth department had to end up paying for the full $20,000 because we didn't receive what we requested. So I would still like to request that. Thank you.
So I did contact Eric Keith to let the senior advisors know that we need a report on that. Also on the script expenditure that we requested the prior month. So I will get in contact with them again and see where that's at.
Buffalo Lake?
I have a question on motion 59. Where, how long did it take to do a check for that? We turned everything in.
I'll get the check today. I did request the policies on section 7. They stated they didn't have any policies whatsoever. So I didn't know exactly how it was given out. I don't know if it was just based off the motion they did back in the day. So I wanted to at least create a spreadsheet, a checklist, which Buffalo Lake did give me their business plan because the department they told me they didn't have any documents. So I was waiting on Buffalo Lake. They did send it in to me, so I will get that done right away. But otherwise, like I said, I was told there was no policies.
They're lying. They're straight up lying, and then we turned it in. They even helped us write the dang thing. That's crazy. Then we sit here and allow it.
Hypa?
Oh, shit, sorry. Lexi, was it their whole department that said that or whatever? About that section? Well, when we were writing up the, for the ARPA, for the lost revenue for businesses, I recall we had a meeting up at the Magic. I had asked for that policy. It took a while, but I finally did get an email, I think, from Matt, so I'll go through my emails to see if that was what you're talking about. I'm not sure if that was the same Section 7 policy thing or not, but, because they were saying it was being revised.
See, what I'm upset about is any kind of policy, there should be history of it, because I know I've seen the book before, because when the previous employee that was in charge of these business plans, she used to have a huge book, a big old binder, and it had the policies, it had everything, and that was what I was hoping to look at and review, so then I can, if we needed updates or anything, revisions, that would have been fine, but yeah, I was told to my face that no, we don't have it.
Okay. And then, and just for follow-up, I'll just look through my email to see what it was that was sent to me, if that was the Section 7 policies or not, or whatever.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Enemy Swim?
So how Enemy Swim went about it is that we presented our plan, our business proposal to RPC rep, and our RPC rep took it to the next RPC meeting, got a motion from RPC, and then brought it to council for a motion thereafter, and then I received the check the same day. So that's how we did it. So that was what was given to me. I'm just throwing it out there. That's how we went about it.
Okay, do you have another question? Haifa?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one more thing, is that it seems like we've had a couple other issues, with getting information from that department and stuff. So I would just like to request that we either have a roundtable with planning, or that execs handle whatever it is going on, because we've been having a hard time for a while. Thank you.
Tribal Secretary.
There is one planned for Friday at 2 o'clock.
Okay, got a motion from Buffalo Lake to approve May 3rd. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Bikuli.
Kenneth Johnson. Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, got a motion to approve May 11th Tribal Council minutes via Buffalo Lake. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Tribal Secretary.
Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Motion to approve May 16.
Okay, got a motion from Tribal Secretary. Second from Bikuli. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Lake Traverse.
Lydia Amos. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Enemy Swim.
How do you feel about the cannabis business plan and budget for tomorrow being due? Per motion 100.
Is that the right date? I thought it was 16th, right?
No, it was the 14th.
Was it the 14th?
Yeah.
Well, I think we scheduled that meeting for Friday, so
I'd like to have something presented by them tomorrow at least.
okay. I think they have a draft.
Motion to approve May 31.
Okay, get a motion from Tribal Secretary. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Bikuli.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Joan White,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Oh. Okay, moving on, we have three resolutions, 2303, 2304, 2305. Please take a look at those. Any questions or comments? If not, floor is open for a motion to approve those.
You want a motion for each one? I make a motion for executive resolution 23-3.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Bikuli.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson, Joan White,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
I'm, I'm still reviewing this document. Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary,
Mr. Chairman, before I vote, I just need to clarify, are we taxing ourselves? It says tax amount submitted and shall be reimbursed with each entity within 30 days of completion of the construction project as documented by tribal construction contracting officials with general oversight of the construction project. So are we are we taxing it up front and then passing it through? I mean, that's kind of what I'm understanding here. Yes.
Verlin, I want to change my vote to no.
Enemy swim.
Oh, since we're still doing the vote count, but I just want to double check with the executives here. I'm okay with as it says, assuming that you guys did your due diligence in presenting this to us. So is there any doubt in your mind that this wants to go forward? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Secretary, did you vote yet?
Yes.
So,
Yeah, we're moving on to 23-04.
I'll make a motion to approve that executive resolution, 23-04, the
Okay, got a
disaster
motion.
declaration.
From Haipa. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Moving on, 23-05.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Tribal Secretary, second from
Second.
Vice Chair. Question from Haipa.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Moving on, Tribal Chairman's report. You guys all have a copy, right? That big folder. Okay, getting started with Tribal Chairman's report for May. I was finally able to attend the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board meeting that was held in Standing Rock at the Prairie Knights Casino. That was the third quarter meeting. I wasn't able to make the previous quarterly meeting held in Rapid City, which the Tribal Secretary and I were kind of scheduled to go, but of course we had a storm back then in, I believe that was March. So, but I was happy, Bakuli Rep Susie Amos and Long Hollow Rep Janelle Cook also attended the health board meeting. Some of the things discussed were academic partnerships with Icon School of Medicine at Mount Sinai and the Mount Sinai Health System. I guess these are just additional resources that IHS can tap into. They gave a presentation, it was pretty good. They talked all these different areas of healthcare, and really it was about improving the quality of care. Obviously, these resources have to come from IHS at the request of IHS, so something that was available. Overall, I think it was a good program to introduce the various services the partnership can provide. It was also good to discuss various issues with other tribal leaders to get some insight on how they are addressing the needs of their communities. I also attended the first annual Tribal Energy Equity Summit held in St. Paul, Minnesota. This brought together tribal leaders and federal government to discuss clean energy siting, interconnection, and other critical considerations affecting transmission of clean energy. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, their whole team was in attendance, and I think that was a good gesture to show Indian country their commitment to these important infrastructure conversations. The Inflation Reduction Act and related legislation provide tribes with an access to billions of dollars for the development of clean energy and infrastructure. Without capacity building support and significant changes to current grid interconnection policies, the transformative potential and intent of the Inflation Reduction Act would be hard to be realized. So for that reason, I felt it was important to attend and network with the various tribal leaders and federal government that was in attendance. I guess it's really encouraging to see the various federal agencies really working together. Like I said, FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, was there, Department of Interior, Department of Energy, and they all have programs geared towards this. So without one working with the other, sometimes it just doesn't get executed the way it should. So it's really encouraging to see all of these different various departments, federal departments, working together to really try to deliver these resources to Indian country. So it was a really good conference and really encouraging. And it's really good to see other tribes out there in Indian country really taking this these initiatives head on and various clean energy and transmission. So there's a lot to it. It really doesn't happen overnight, but as long as we start that process and try to work towards the same, we have a really good resource here available to us is wind. Solar can also be part of that plan, but at some point we need to sit down as a tribe and really talk about and discuss what kind of action we want to take when it comes to being able to tap into some of these resources for the future and the long-term sustainability of our tribal operation. And then lastly, I attended the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association meeting remotely. It was kind of held at the same time the Energy Summit was, but I still was able to attend that remotely. Senator Mike Rounds was there and he hosted a tribal EMS discussion, which was really good. Our SW EMS was also in attendance and gave a very good insight into how we operate our EMS and being able to use that as a model for all the Great Plains tribes to follow. So that was pretty good. That was awesome. Jim was there and a couple of other people from EMS. Finally, the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association decided on a resolution unanimously to explore the viability of an Indian managed care entity and approach the state of South Dakota to manage Medicaid for all the Native American population in the state in hopes to provide a better quality of care for those members and add additional resources across the Great Plains region. So that was a big one. We talked about that here. And, the potential to bring extra resources through IHS and to be able to really help with some of the issues that we are facing as far as healthcare goes. So for the Great Plains tribes to come together and pass a resolution to do that, I think that's huge. Obviously, again, it's one of those things that doesn't happen overnight. It's going to take a lot of work, a lot of back and forth with the state and meeting with the state. So hopefully, we're heading in the right direction there. And I think it's going to benefit all the members in South Dakota, especially the ones that live in those highly populated areas and kind of miss out on some of the resources that are available to us here that live on the reservation. So it kind of fills in some of those gaps. And at the end of the day, again, it's all focused to try to improve the quality of care of our people across the state. So with that's kind of a recap of May for me. So any questions or comments? Haipa?
Thank you. I was going back to the Icon School of Medicine at Mount Sinai and their health system. So for their doctors to come, like medical recruitment and stuff. Mr. Secretary, were you able to connect with the CEO at IHS with any of this info? I mean, this is all new for us. New info for us guys, but I think when we went to the governing board meeting, I know a lot of everyone else, Joan and I made it, and then that's when Jamie went for your place, because everyone else was gone, but that was one of the things, is like, we wanted them to recruit more Native American providers and, just overall more Native Americans for the IHS to be employed there. And I had asked if they were reaching out to any of the schools anywhere. And if this is something they don't know about, this sounds like it's a really good opportunity. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't, I need to sit down with the tribal secretary and maybe we could talk about some of those resources. And basically what they said, was that it has to come from IHS. So I guess, tribal secretary can maybe have a visit with them and let them know and make them aware of these resources that are out there.
Yeah,
Any sir?
definitely. I can set that up with the CEO there, and we can just sit down and discuss this.
Enemy swim.
Mr. Chairman, I know that technically that'd be next month's report, but while it's still fresh in memory, can you do an overview about our trip to NCAI?
Yeah, so Dallas and I and Janelle and Nikki, we attended NCAI over in Prior Lake last week, and that's the first time actually I've ever attended NCAI. It's kind of a tedious process. It's really parliamentary, but it was kind of good to know that the rest of Great Plains, I guess probably because of COVID, have not been present as well. But it's good that we're all kind of re-entering and being members again of NCAI, because that's where we can really take forward some of the issues at the national level. I think it was pretty good. We presented a handful of resolutions along with some of the other Great Plains tribes. And so, I'm not sure, they didn't have a quorum, so there has to be 50% plus one to have a quorum for tribes across America. So the mid-year one is kind of tough, I think, to get a quorum, but November is their annual, and so I think they plan to see a lot more attendance. Obviously, too, they're coming out of COVID, and a lot of tribes are kind of still dealing with that and starting to relax a little bit more of their policies, but it was really informative. I guess one of the things that came out of that was we elected leadership for Great Plains. Chairman Ryman LeBeau from Cheyenne River is the vice president of NCAI for the Great Plains region, and then I was nominated as the vice president alternate. So going forward, I think, a lot of the Great Plains tribes are really working together and really starting to see that working together, we can really address these issues collectively rather than, kind of addressing them individually where we get little response or make little headway in that way. So it's really encouraging. I really like the Great Plains meetings. I really like, the dynamic that we have going on, that we all kind of want to work together and do what we need to do as far as, bringing these resources back to the Great Plains region. And it's important to be at these national events, because if we're not there, you have, the various regions all competing, I guess, for the same resource. So if we're not there, then we don't have a voice. So, the Alaskan Native Corps, have been pushing and been present a lot. So obviously a lot of resources are going that way, and then that takes away from the rest of the region. So going forward, it's really important that we have a presence at those national meetings and voice our concerns and really advocate for our piece of those resources that are available to tribes. So that was last week. I'll actually have a little bit better breakdown of all of that once I kind of process it a little bit more, but for my next month's report. So any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat?
Lake?
Tomorrow, I see, I won't be here, but, law enforcement is on at 11:15, and they wanted to honor, Gary and Coke.
Yep.
For 30 and 40, so you guys want to still do that?
Yeah. Secret's out now. It's, yeah. Yeah, no, I think Verlin was getting a hold of, Gary and his family and everybody else that can attend, so we were going to do that before, I think we were going to do it Okay, it says tomorrow, so yeah. Yeah, for sure. Haipa?
I just kind of wanted to reiterate some of what you said about the national stuff. So NCAI, that's the National Congress of American Indians, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then I had gone to, as far as the representation, the National Indian Health Board is also one of the national organizations that we need representation on. When I went to that one the one I went to in Anchorage, the Great Plains area has like 8 positions open, 8 or 9 different positions open on the National Indian Health Board, because there's several different boards or committees within that, and I wanted to touch base with everybody else, the rest of council, to talk about those things. And I made what's his name, AC Locklear has the list, because he's the liaison between National Indian Health Board and the federal agencies. So that's we just, Great Plains has a lot of openings, and and of course definitely Siston Wapton. So just wanted everybody to be aware of that too. Thank you.
Enemy swim.
I'd like to echo Gypsy's sentiment on that, and I think I can't remember who shared that at the conference at NCAI, but they said, if you're not present at the table when it comes to all the National Congress or all national committees, you're either at the table or you're the one on the menu, I think is how he put it. And unfortunately, we've seen that with a lot of the politicking and the way Congress has been shifting monies towards Alaska Native corporations, and we were able to bring that back when it came to our ARPA funds, but we got to remember with CARES Act, though, we took a blow on that one. And so that's why we need to continue being present in these. Thank you. Motion to accept Chairman's report.
Thank you, Dallas and Haipa, for those
Second.
comments. Good question from Enemy Swim, second from Haipa. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Moving on, agenda, we have Tribal Vice Chairwoman's report. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, council and executives. I just have a few items. So what my office has been working on is the revising of the accounting manual still. I know it's still a work in progress. There's a lot of gray areas. So I've been trying to meet one-on-one with different program managers. And hopefully this month we'll have one big roundtable meeting, well, maybe 2 roundtable meetings, to confirm for each of the offices that are involved in this, which would be procurement, property and supply, payroll, accounts payable, and of course, finance. I am still drafting the district accounting manual as well. This would be something that will be sent to each of the districts, so they would have something in place. I believe the only district right now that has an accounting manual is Enemy Swim. So I will be sending that to to DCA once it's completed. We have been preparing for general counsel and the booklets. The booklets have been sent to Dakota Language Institute. They were sent last week, so we should have the booklets at least 2 weeks, I'm hoping, before general counsel. We did order everything. Everything's going smoothly, so it should be a good general counsel. We've never had an art exhibit for tribal members, so my office had decided to do an art exhibit for tribal members this month. We had a small turnout, but it was nice, it was good. So out of that art exhibit, we did find artwork from a young tribal member, so her artwork will actually be published in our general council booklet. So it was something to promote the artists in our community, so it was good. I liked it. I had fun. We also had a writing contest for college students to win an internship. So as you can see right here, we have Maria. She did win the contest, so she will be an intern in my office for the next 2 months. So you'll see her around. We do, an RFP was created and advertised for the district's agreed upon procedures. We all agreed that we weren't sure if the districts were ready for audit, so we are doing the agreed upon procedures, so that is being advertised as of right now. We were working on the Fuel Inc. payment plan. I did not attach it, so I was gonna ask for a motion to approve it, but I didn't attach it, so we can go ahead and take that off the motion list. So that is being created to ensure that Fuel Inc. can pay back I believe the $576,000 they did request. So of course we said that if we made that motion, we will be assisting Fuel Inc., but with the fact that they will repay us. They did say that they were going to be selling the vehicle, their big trucks, I believe the fuel trucks. So he is averaging about $200,000, so that amount will be directly transferred to us from his sales. So whatever he receives from those sales, that will come straight to us this year. I'm hoping he'll be selling it in the next few months. So it sounds pretty good for us. And then he will have to repay the tribe, we all agreed, within 3 years. So of course, this would help him from going to Dakota Bank and making a short-term loan, which would probably not be good on his end. So I would like to thank you all for that. Like I said earlier, our office is drafting the policies for the small business grants and for the district grants as well, out of Section 7. The budget did come to my office, so we are working on those policies so that way every tribal member is treated fairly and districts. So that was the reason of why I was trying to get that situated before checks started being passed out. Regarding ARPA projects, I did meet with you all regarding the ARPA homes. So we are moving forward with the home renovations. We do have one individual who's going out to each home, taking before pictures, and then we'll be meeting with the homeowner, ensuring that, if we are going to be advertising for their contractor or if they're going to be going through their own contractor. So that was all agreed yesterday. So I will be sending, that information was shared with the office, and they will be letting the homeowners know as well. An RFP was advertised for 2 weeks for the contractors for renovations. So they started on the first 25 homes. Like I said, we are doing home visits already with the homeowners. We actually all met with the education director regarding the construction of the Enemy Swim Head Start project, which you all reviewed the documents, and we all agreed that they received an increase to that project to ensure that the full project will be completed for the Enemy Swim Head Start. We did confirm premium pay for employees, and that has been completed by payroll. We are still working on the district executives due to that new motion. Let's see. All the ARPA assistance have ended on May 11th, except housing renovations and the district payment. So we are still assisting districts. We didn't cut the districts off, so I want to clarify that. And on Friday will be the final day for our DARE team. We will only keep 5 to assist with the home project and the closeout of all the projects and filing. The EFA office will also stay to finish the application process and ensure that the paperwork's completed and filed. I think one thing that was asked was if I had invited the BIA over for internal audits. I did not invite, I want to clarify, we did not invite no BIA. What it was that law enforcement is doing a monitoring review. So we did have because that is a requirement because of the BIA funding, they were in finance assisting with the monitoring review. That's all it was. I didn't call any audits. So I just want to clarify that. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to discuss that a little bit too. I guess I had like an exit interview with the guy doing the review, and he had nothing but good things to say about our processes and whatever work they had to do as far as reviewing. He explained that he does a handful throughout the Great Plains, and by far Sisseton, had everything together, and it was a smooth, easy process for their reviewers. So I just wanted to commend, our bookkeepers, number one, and then number two, our tribal police for really taking care of that on the back end and making sure that, all the policies and compliance is followed. So I thank them, I thank Gary and his whole team, and again, the finance staff for that. So thank you.
Yeah, I think me and the vice chairwoman did meet with them when they first came in. We met with them in my office, and the vice chairwoman was late, and then I told her that these are the feds, so she put her hands up. I don't know if that was normal or what, but I'm like, you're good, you're good. But no, they met with us, so they had their team here to conduct their business, and then they were in and out. So yeah, it was a good review on the police department side. So thank you.
So like I said, clarification. The vice chair did not call BIA for audits. So I just want to make sure. As you can see, I did attach some paragraphs from our payroll, procurement, and tribal court. We did receive some other reports. So I would like to request a couple of motions. So I did try to send, so I completely forgot to send the gaming advisory before I left yesterday, and I attended the wake and stuff. So I was trying to send it this morning, but I did send you you do have a paper copy attached right now. I did go through your recommendations, and I hope that you guys all agree in the recommendations now. Yes, Enemy Swim.
So for the gaming policy advisory procedures, I would like to just table that until we meet with DCA. Because the last thing I would like to do is pass it, and then they read it, and then they have their own comments on hand, so that way we could just hash it out right there and approve with recommendations if that's what we agree upon.
Okay, well,
That's just my recommendation.
I'm okay with that. But I did send this to you out also last month for you guys to take to your districts and DCA. So they had I hope you guys took it to your executives. So, but yep, I can wait for that motion. There's no hurry on that. But if we do approve these gaming advisories, this month will be your last advisory meeting, and the next advisory meeting will be district members, just so that you know by approving this. But yeah, we can go ahead and wait on DCA on that one. Yes.
Okay, the one thing, there's just that there's what do you call it, the requirements?
Yes.
Yes,
I did put in the requirements that was requested on the, where did I put it at?
and then,
On the, hold on, I'm sorry. Where did I put it at?
I don't see it, but anyways, yeah, I'm fine with tabling it.
On members, it says district members shall have 5 years of experience in one of the following areas: DNGE, business, or management. So, okay, we'll go ahead and move to the next one. I would like to request a motion on, hey, you guys made me lose my paper. Okay. Approval for an RFP for the OMB specialist for the accounting manual regarding the federal guidelines. Like I said, the managers and everyone put their input. We are going to go over it one more time, but I do want a OMB specialist to ensure that our accounting manual is good on the federal side for grants and federal awards.
Second.
Okay, get a motion from Enemy Swim, second from Haipa, question from Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Ava Imes. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you.
As you all know, we had a special election. I would like to request a motion for approval for the REB increase for the special election for $111,751. Yes.
Is that an increase from the 106 we just approved?
No, this is going to be
Oh,
111.
This is the total then?
Yes,
Okay.
this is the total of the budget.
And that's coming just out of gaming.
It will be out of gaming, yes.
So moved.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim, second from All Agency, question from Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Ava Imes. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Yes.
And then, so while that, we paid that because I don't want anyone being left with this, with the bill, I would like the vice chair, or I'd like to make a motion for the vice chairman and the tribal vice chairwoman to work with BIA to get us that reimbursed since they call for the election.
Okay.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim, second from Buffalo Lake, and a question from All Agency.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Ava Imes. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you.
You can go ahead and scratch number 4 until I can bring that in to you all, so you guys can see the payment plan from Fuel Inc. Another thing is that last month, there was a motion to seek out ID Bailey to cover the district's agreed upon procedures. We did reach out to the firm, but because it is too late in the season, they are already fully scheduled. So I did put an RFP out for a CPA firm to assist the districts instead because ID Bailey was not available. So just to inform you all on that. Otherwise, I did attach the checkbook register, gaming proceeds, and the gaming advisory policies. So that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Motion to approve, Vice Chairman's report.
Motion from All Agency, second from Buffalo Lake, and a question from Long Hollow.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Ava Imes. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you. Haipa.
I don't recall, but did I make the motion yet for the recording secretary to get new computer equipment over here? So,
We did upgrade it
Okay.
about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
this particular one, because
Yeah, everything, all of this stuff.
he said that one wasn't included and it's super slow. That's how come we can't get on these things right away when we want to do because
Okay, if
his
you-
actual computer is slow or whatever. That one.
I'll get with him, and if that's the case, then if,
Okay, because I said I would make, because when we talked, however long ago that it was really slow, that I would make that motion for him to get some new speedier stuff. for that station.
Enemy swim.
So yeah, I agree with that. That way Lexi doesn't have to hold her computer to the microphone so in case I call in.
So, well, how about I just make that motion, and then if you already got it and everything, or what?
Vice Chair.
Do you want the recording secretary budget increase next month then, or how? It'll have
That's what
to,
it's to be. However, for his funding.
can we just take it out of gaming, so then?
Can you just put an unlimited budget on it?
Yeah.
We can just say out of gaming funds instead of recording secretary budget, actually, so it'd be easier.
Okay. So, you guys, I'm gonna make that motion, for his station over there to be upgraded, out of gaming funds.
Okay, got a motion from Haipa. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Brandon Gibson,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Vice Chair.
Since we want to update this equipment in here, I would like to request a RFP for the equipment outside in the rotunda to have an actual specialist come out, do an RFP for a specialist. For the sound specialist, there you go. Oh, yeah.
I'll question that.
Okay, got a motion from Vice Chair, second from Enemy Swim, and a question from Haipa.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Brandon Gypsy Mana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, so we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and do the Tribal Secretary's report. Up next, we have Tribal Secretary Report for the month of May. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So during the month of May, the Office of the Tribal Secretary had 81 visitors sign in for a wide range of services. We also had numerous visitors with questions that did not sign in. I attended various meetings, roundtables, and presentations throughout the month. I participated in 31 scheduled meetings with managers, visitors, conducted 5 evaluations for program managers, and had several other tribal meetings with tribal executives, council members, and tribal members. I attended the scheduled tribal consultations with regional educational entities and visited 8 programs under my supervision of the tribal secretary. I, along with the Chairman Renville and other staff, met with Assistant Mayor Jaspers and a few city council members and officials to discuss concerns with the warming house located in Sisseton. We came to a consensus on a tentative list of tasks to improve the appearance, operation, and safety of the facility for the winter season. We will keep tribal council posted as tasks are completed. And then I have a couple, 3 motions that I need to have approved. The first motion is to authorize the youth department to purchase playground equipment for the Buffalo Lake District from My Turn PlayStation Systems in the amount of $164,660 with the youth budget as the funding source. These 3 motions that I'm bringing have all gone through the procurement process, and are ready to go.
Enemy Swim?
Did you receive the sole source letter then?
Yes.
Okay, get a motion from Buffalo Lake. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Yes. $15 PC gaming systems from Gravity Gaming in the amount of $34,350 with the youth budget as the funding source. They did select the lowest of the 3 bids, which was that amount, so.
Haipa?
My question is, what are the gaming systems for?
So they're pretty popular right now. He does have a gaming system already up and running there. This is going to give him an opportunity to start like a league with other tribes and stuff too. And the goal is to probably get a tournament going down at the DOC tournament too.
Because he has, as you said, he's got some gaming systems already.
These
And
are,
he wants more
these are going to
tournament
make
type
it
stuff.
full, yeah.
Now, how many youth are using this?
Everyone that goes there,
And is that, so every age limit?
yes.
Okay. I don't know if I have any other
I
questions.
think it's
at the
like
moment.
under 7 and over, I think, is the age.
Lake Traverse?
So these will stay in that facility. They're not going to be given out or,
No, they will stay there. This is like a whole system that they set up, and it's a hookup.
okay.
It actually gives them a lot of faster game speed to that, so.
Enemy Swim?
Being an avid gamer myself, I'm just curious. Wanted to see a sheet to see what kind of product we're purchasing. Because if you're talking gaming league, you're going to make sure that they have the appropriate cooling systems and make sure that they have enough RAM. And then otherwise, you know, if you're not getting the right DDR stuff going on there, you're basically going to buy a bunch of computers that aren't going to be able to do a whole lot. So, I mean, I would like to have seen the proposal, so I would be able to look through that one just to justify my curiosity on that one. But I'll make that motion to approve.
Just a sec. Hypa?
Another question is, who got the quotes on this?
Procurement.
Okay.
These all gone through the system, so they would
Okay.
have that. If you guys need that, I can provide that for you too. So-
Well, yeah, well, I'm wondering, I guess I'm just wondering, it went through procurement, every other, if this is computers or not, where does IT play into all this? And if they were supposed to do the quote or not, but
No, this is just a
a
different,
gaming thing?
yeah, this is separate from them, so.
Okay.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim, a second from All Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The third motion is for the CHR program, to authorize CHR program to utilize MG Goodsell Construction for the 2023 CHR Community Cleanup Campaign in the amount of $32,000 with the CHR budget as the funding source, pending legal review.
Question.
Question from Vice Chair.
Did it go through procurement on this one as well? All
Yes, and it was only one bid.
right, thank you.
Okay, got a motion from All Agency. Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
I just have a question before I vote. So is that the one where it's reservation wide, where they have, okay, thank you, yes.
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 Thank you.
With that, that concludes my report, but I'll open it up for any questions you guys have at this time.
Enemy Swim.
Did some programs fail to submit the report? Will you
Yes.
be seeing those then through email later
I
on?
will be, yes.
Okay, just wanted to check. Thank you.
I'm trying to say paper, so unlike Vice Chair and Chairman.
Vice Chair.
I do want to let you all know that I'm, thankful for your programs for going through procurement. I did talk to procurement. We have a few programs that are still having a rough time going through procurement. So when paperwork or when it's supposed to go through workplace, it's not going to be approved by procurement. So they have to do paper voucher, in which I still tell them that they are not going to be signing because they're breaking policy. So they're not going to be signed by procurement. So there's motions made and there's other things already approving it. And so it's going through the system, checks will be made, but it'll probably be an audit finding, just letting you guys know. As long as they go through procurement, and if it's a sole source, that's fine. If they want to follow, there's other different ways to go through it. And if they do the letter, they do the backup, they do the everything, it's okay. Like, we'll have everything signed, but you just have some programs that refuse to go through procurement. So that's all I'm going to say, is that if it's an audit finding, you guys will know next year.
All Agency.
I did have some of them go for vehicles and trucks. I think that's the same, that's one issue we're dealing with right now.
Any other questions or comments for Tribal Secretary? If not, the floor is open for a motion to approve his monthly report for the month of May. Get a motion from Buffalo Lake, second from All Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on, agenda, we have food distribution. I'm not sure if they're here. Child support's here. Do you want to present? Good morning. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I previously emailed contracts out to everybody last week that I was coming in for approval for today. And I wanted to explain on the TS&S contract. There are 2 contract years in there. One is the current year and one is for FY24. The reason the current year is in there just now being asked for approval is because it was submitted to legal in May of last year, but I only received it last week. And it's a requirement of the funding agency to have these contracts submitted to them, which I haven't been able to do yet, because the payments are all coming out of our budget. And so if I don't submit the contracts, it would all be disallowed costs. So I've also included the upcoming fiscal year for both TS&S and for DNA diagnostic services, which is a contract that we've had in place for probably about 15 years. And so I'm requesting approval of all of these contracts. And I also wanted to let you all know that I will probably be coming in again next month, if not later on this month, if it's possible. Our server is dying, and our server is a requirement of the IRS to be separate from the tribes. We have our own separate network and server, and it's old now, and so I'm just waiting on IT to get me quotes for a new server, and as soon as I get it, I'll come back in and ask for approval to make the purchase. I do have the money in the budget, so right now they're looking at around anywhere from 14 to 19,000 for a new server, and I do have some excess funds from wage savings in our budget that I'd be able to cover the cost of it.
Okay, any other questions or comments from tribal council? Enemy swim?
So I'm not sure if the Gmail's being wonky or not, but I can't find those contracts. Did anyone else see those? Okay. Maybe I'm just the odd man out on that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of quirks going on with the Gmail. No, I sent it to tribal council, so it went to all of you.
So do you want to lump those all into one motion then?
No, they should be each.
They should be
Okay.
separate. I didn't make paper copies for everybody. If you want to look at it, I have it right here. Which, 23 or 24? This is 23. This is 24. This is for
Just an update, tribal council.
TS.
Yeah, just an update. We did discuss this a week and a half ago. She met with me, and we're getting it handled as soon as we can, so. And an exec, so. Correct.
Okay, we'll do that one first, Kay. Floor is open for a motion to approve K&A Diagnostics.
DNA
Oh,
diagnostics.
DNA Diagnostics. Motion from Buffalo Lake. Second from Lake Traverse. Question from Long Hollow. Fiscal 23.
Yeah, that's for, one for FY '23, and the other two or no, DNA diagnostics is FY '24.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Next one.
The TS&S for FY '23.
Okay, floor is open for motion to approve. Oh, motion from Buffalo Lake. Question from Enemy Swim.
So just asking for clarification. These all have already gone through legal then?
Yes.
Okay.
I just received them back from legal last week.
All right, just double checking.
Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Lake Traverse.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Last one.
For TS&S for FY '24.
Motion from Buffalo Lake. Second from Allegiancy. Question from Lake Traverse.
Yes.
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 Thank you. HIPAA.
I just have a question. Did legal have a reason on why it took them so long to get you your contracts back?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to let you all know too, there was a consultation in April with the feds regarding the grant match requirement for child support. And a lot of the tribes came in and provided testimony that it's a hardship because a lot of the tribes are very pitiful and don't have enough to make the 20% match, and they have to get creative with their in-kind. The match was never required by Congress when the child support program was developed. But because of the hardships it's created, they finally started looking into whether or not they should eliminate or even reduce the match. So we drafted a letter for the consultation, which was signed by the chairman and submitted. And with everyone else's testimony, they decided to do a notice of proposed rulemaking. Well, they did that, and I drafted a letter, and the chairman signed it on behalf of the tribe to request that the match be eliminated. And the period for comments ends on June 20th. So I'm praying, along with all the other tribes, that the match gets eliminated, and so the tribe won't have to worry about meeting that amount anymore. But it may take 6 months to a year for us to hear back on the final decision on that. But so if it does change, and if it changed soon, I'll be revising our budget because we'll no longer have to meet that match.
Do you recall how much that match was?
Ours is $261,000.
Thank you. HIPAA?
That was you, Mr. Chairman, that signed off on that letter? Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I don't know, would it be beneficial? Did we have a resolution on eliminating that? Would that be more beneficial if we had a resolution saying that we support getting rid of the match? Or is it, since you said the comment is June 20th, we have a little bit of time?
Yeah, well, the letter was already submitted.
Okay.
But as individual council people, it would be awesome if you guys decided to submit a resolution and/or your own comments.
Okay.
That's allowed for individuals to do it as well, not just
Okay.
organizations or tribes.
Okay. So,
Everyone write an email. Okay.
No, there's a specific kind of format that it should be in, so.
do you guys want to do a resolution? I mean, I'll make that motion for us to do a resolution to, in support, with the chairman's letter and to eliminate that match, if that would be helpful. I make a motion to have a resolution or have a resolution in support of eliminating that 20% match in the child support office.
Okay, got a motion from Haipa, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments from child support?
Can you just, just ensure that your match is still in there for the fiscal 24, and then we can adjust it in months later?
It is, and I submitted it to the budget office already.
All right, thank you.
All agency?
So if that's something that passes, say it does pass, will they reimburse us then? Maybe?
We only pay when the drawdowns are done, then our portion is deducted from that. So we wouldn't have to meet that match if it ends sometime this year, but it would only be from that point forward. So whatever we've made in the first part of the fiscal year, we still end up having to pay.
Haipa?
Yeah, so can you just make sure that the resolution format wording that we need goes to Berlin or Amy or Lindsay?
Okay, no other questions or comments. Can I get a motion to approve child support's monthly report?
So moved.
Motion from Haipa. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you all.
Our food distribution out there? I don't think so. I haven't seen them. Okay, we're just waiting on food distribution. If they're not present, I guess we'll move ahead to tribal health management.
morning. No, I did.
Okay, we'll get started with Tribal Health Management. Welcome and good morning. Floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, Council. I'm here with Sarah Dakota, Tribal Health Administration. We have 2 items here that we need approval for. The first is the memorandum of agreement between SWC Nursing Program and the Asneope Field Health Clinic. This is to allow students who are interested to complete their practicum and participate with Asneope. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
So this contract has been reviewed by legal, but they recommended that we put the language on there pending legal review because they have to put their stamp on it yet. But they have had it, and that their recommendation, the college has already signed it. They signed it at around the 1st of May, so we've just been waiting to bring it forward to council.
Haipa,
I make this motion to approve this memorandum of agreement.
All agency?
You wanted that to be pending legal review?
Yes.
Okay, we got a motion from Haipa, second from Lake Traverse, and question from all agency.
Yes.
Gypsy, for the record, are you stating that it's pending legal?
Yes, and thank you, Sarah, for that clarification.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the second item we have is to approve the consultant agreement with Lise Erdrich Consulting for SWO Health Tribal Action Plan Grant Writer Services. We did go through the procurement process, and it is subject to legal review, and funding will be coming out of the IHS master contract.
All agency?
Could you explain what this is a little bit?
So Lise Erdrich, we did put in a bid for a tribal health grant writer. So she will be writing grants for tribal health programs, whichever grants are suitable for the health plan.
I make the motion to approve this. Number 2.
Got a motion from Haipa, second from Lake Traverse. Question from Long Hollow. I got a question from Enemy Swim.
Is this also pending legal review?
Yes.
Thank you.
Pending legal review. I just wanted to say, with the, what was it, the tribal action, whatever that grant was a few years back, it provided for Lise Erdrich for that position. And with that position, that was how the tribe was able to get several of our grants that we got, which was the Tribal Opioid Response Grant and my TECHA, I think, I don't know. a whole bunch of them.
Under the previous grant, we generated, or under the previous contract and the previous health plan, we generated over $11 million in grants. So far, in the current SWO health plan, we've generated over $7 million in grants. We have 4 pending at the present time, 4 grant applications that are submitted that we're waiting to hear back on. One was just submitted last Thursday.
Okay, no other questions or comments. You can call for the votes.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Is that all you had?
Yep.
Thank you. Question from Haipa?
I was speaking with you earlier, Mr. Chairman, and since email is kind of out of whack right now, I would like to set up a meeting with you two and possibly Josie Deitch for Osneopi and Mr. Secretary over the health conference that I attended last week. There was a lot of things I wanted to talk about and touch base with you guys. So I don't know, Mr. Chairman, do you want to set up, our Secretary, do you want to set up a
I sure
date for
can.
us?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
You want a roundtable with council and execs and then them too, right?
We could, or we could talk with these guys first to see if they agree with whatever the information that I have, if they want to move forward with it or not.
Okay, I'll get
Okay.
with Elise and then we can go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions. I guess I need a motion to approve Tribal Health Management Monthly Report.
So moved.
Motion from Haipa. Second from Lake Traverse. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Okay, food distribution's on the way, so they should be here shortly. If you want to take a short break, maybe 5 minutes, you could do that, and then we'll reconvene. Okay, we have one more item on the morning agenda, so I'll turn it over to food distribution. Welcome, good morning, and the
Good
floor is
morning.
yours.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't aware of my spot with the new Gmail. Apparently, I wasn't in the manager's group, so I didn't get notification. But I'm here to present all FDPIRs throughout the United States and all programs are switching over. We did have used AIS for many years since the program started up, and now they want to transition us into a new automated system called, we had a choice between Signal and IFMS. We chose Signal. It just fits our program better, and majority of all the FDPIRs are going to be using Signal. So what I did, I went to a Signal training conference thing in Spirit Lake a couple weeks ago, and we met with the owners of the company, the people that programmed it specifically for food distribution programs. And what I'm presenting to you today is the cover letter is from USDA saying, allowing this just transition, and we have to actually transition before October. October 31st is the last day any FDPIR in the United States can use the old AIS system. And also with my packet is a contract drawn up specifically made for tribal entities. You know, it discuss sovereignty in there and use of data information. It won't be given out or anything. And then also in the back is the actual contract. The Appendix A is the actual contract, not contract, invoice of the cost of it, which is allowable cost through our granting agency. So the funds are there. They will provide the funds if we don't have them, which we do though. And every year we'll have to pay this amount, which is the amount of $26,800. Also, this we could use the cover letter as a sole source, stating that this is the program that USDA is approving and paying for. Yeah.
Haipa?
I have just one question. Is it, because the letter says, "Dear tribal leaders," is anybody on their listserv to receive this letter? No? Are you? Okay. Can forward the email, then we can add to it or whatever. If you, because you got it through email, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, did legal already look at the contract?
No, I need to get approval from,
From us guys for you to go that way next?
yeah, to go
Okay.
in that direction.
So it'll be
yes.
pending legal review,
Okay.
approved pending legal review.
Okay.
Vice Chair?
So I just want to confirm the 26,000 will be coming from your budget
Yes.
on a yearly
Yes.
basis? Okay.
Yes.
Want to make sure. Everything always comes directly from our granting agency if needed.
So I'll go ahead and make that motion pending legal review on the contract.
Okay, got a motion from Tribal Secretary, second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Yes. What's that?
Do you want these?
No, you can have them. What's that?
It's a potential contract.
Okay. Well, our name's not actually in the contracts yet, so
Just make sure I have one.
I'll take them though. But, and then once I'll have to wait for the motion to come out before I can proceed to legal with it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions or comments for food distribution. Can I get a motion to approve their monthly report? Motion from Bickley, second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Tribal Secretary. I take that, I wrote on it, but. No.
Yes. I'm gonna keep it covered later.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Aiden, I'm sorry, Tribal Police Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you, council. That concludes our morning part of our agenda, so we'll break for lunch till 1:30. Thank you.
update you with any progress that I've made, and I'll push for this.
Enemy swim.
So progress updates Friday, and all the players will be there then?
Yes, I have Kurt. He'll call in. Weston will be there. Dre will be there, and I got an email on Mike Labatt yet.
Okay, thank you.
Then going forward, we'll just have that progress meeting every Friday?
Right, every Friday at 2.
Okay.
Just a good way to end the week, if we can keep this rolling forward.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. Thanks for the update. Anything else? Okay.
No? Okay. Thank you.
Brandon,
Have a
do you have
great
any
day.
questions for Will? Business plan for cannabis? Any input? He just basically said that he's going to give us an update. We're going to schedule updates every Friday from now until, we have
Until we're
something moving.
operational.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Will.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day, council execs.
Okay, moving on, we have Realty Office. Good afternoon, welcome, and floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council. I'm used to seeing you guys in the morning, but afternoons are nice too. I have 5 action items for you guys. The RPC minutes are attached to the very back of the report. All of these went through RPC May 31st. So we have 3 land purchases, 1 home site, and 1 use permit. The first one is Theo Thenis. He wants to sell 7 acres of undivided interest for $17,257.91. Cobell Lease Income will be the funding source. The second is Teresa McConnell. She wants to sell 30 acres of undivided interest for $87,000 even. Cobell Lease Income is the funding source. The next one is a fee purchase from Don Ryan. This is 30.5 acres of undivided fee interest for $49,473.16. Section 7339 is the funding source. The fourth action item is a Karen Joseph home site. She's been working on this for years. It finally got all the clearances required in order to get a home site in place. Went through RPC and got approved. The last one is a Sundance renewal use permit. Arnold's been using that site for well over 10 years. Had all the clearances. We just need to do a renewal. Any questions, leadership?
For number 2, the Teresa McConnell land sale, is there a way to negotiate for her to get a little bit higher price on that?
Unfortunately, we did a full appraisal on that one, and it's off the fair market value. It's been approved and accepted by the BIN Office of Appraisal Services, and typically we don't pay over value unless leadership decides to do that. I've only seen it happen once since I've been here, and it was high sought after, high profile land. The council really wanted it, and then they ended up paying, I think, 10 to 30% over appraised value. Long time ago, everyone used to get 40% over appraised value, and then leadership downsized that to fair market value. If there's an interest to pay more, I'm open for negotiations. There is wiggle room, but we do have the appraisal attached, and it's off the fair market value, and it was approved by the BIA.
Okay.
It'll look like this one here.
Enemy swim.
I'll make a motion for the sale of the Theo Tennis land.
Okay, we got a motion from Enemy Swim. Question, Lake Traverse?
So were there appraisals on those other 2? Because I just saw the one
Yeah,
appraisal.
the other ones were under less than 5% interest, so we can do in-house desk appraisals off of our market study.
Okay,
So
and
for
do-
Theo and then Don Ryan's fee interest, that's what we did.
Okay, and do you typically do that then?
Yep. It's authorized according to CFR. If a tribe member owns less than 5% interest, we can do in-house appraisals. But again, it's based off of our comprehensive market study. We have the best comprehensive market study in the region. We pay $5,000 a quarter to update that, so we have all the information that really no one else has.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim, a second from Ole Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Make a motion to approve action item number 2.
Okay, got a motion from All Agency, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Make a motion to approve action item number 3.
Okay, got a motion from All Agency, second from Enemy Swim. Question from Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
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 Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim,
Second.
second from All Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Long Hollow.
Question.
Question from All Agency.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Vice Chairwoman?
I have a question. From my understanding, there was some land that was recently purchased and it didn't go on the bid sheet. And you did allow a lease, but not a use permit. Can you explain that process?
Yeah,
Why?
that was for that ride. I can't pronounce that word, but through the Education Department, Everett Black Thunder is the one kind of organizing that. The issue we had, we bought the land. Natural Resources did a fence assessment and a natural resources assessment. They fixed what they could to make 60 acres usable. So when we advertise for pasture, normally it's got water, it's got fence, it's got all the bells and whistles. But Charlie Miller is working on doing an EQIP contract to re-fence that whole area, that 120 acres and that 200 and some acres behind it. So we're going to make it one big grazing unit in the future. So that's the plan. This season, because it's way late into the season, they came forward with that request. Typically, we would have did a use permit, but with the time frame and them needing to get a place for the horses, we did a lease. It's a month lease from when he signed. I can't remember the exact dates, but it ends at the end of July, whenever that ride's supposed to be over. But our compliance guys, everyone's going to be watching them, making sure they're not overgrazing or doing anything they're not supposed to. And Everett's very respectful. He talked to me and it reassured me that it's going to be well taken care of. But they're not using all that land. They're only using 60 acres of it for the month.
60 acres for how many horses?
There's going to be up to 72, but they're going to be in and out. They're not just going to house them all there for a whole month. He's only got 6 coming in now, and then next week with 6 more, and then so forth. So at one time there will be quite a bit up there, but if the grass runs out, then they understand they got to buy hay, and they're going to have to haul water up to that location too.
Thank you.
All Agency?
What location?
The Raymond Backer property that we purchased.
So right down the road from the powwow grounds and
Yep.
by the Buffalo?
Yep.
Buffaloes, okay.
Enemy Swim?
Is this a typical process? This is kind of the first I've heard about it.
It can be. I stretched back and forth whether to do use permit, but because of the time frame, and I just got the letter from them, the simplest thing was to do a month lease. And of course, it's a zero-cost lease. It's kind of our program project, so we didn't want to be, too rough on them. But they're aware of it. It's not a long-term lease or anything like that. It's more of an in-house lease because it is fee land. We don't send that lease to the BIA to get recorded. So yeah, our guys are aware of it. They'll be watching them, making sure that they're following within our compliance procedures or regulations. But it should not be an issue. But typically, yeah, when an entity requires land use, they would do a use permit.
Okay, so then, is this particular instance written into your current policy and procedure?
Leases can be put in place, yes, but according to the policy, it should have been advertised for bid. But because we were waiting on the fence and everything to get operational to where we could advertise it, so the plan was we were going to advertise just at 60 acres because the other fence around the other 60 acres is unusable or it's not adequate. And then we got that request from the education program or this ride or whatever they're doing. That's why we just went with the month lease. It was the simplest way to do it.
So I know council has been very supportive of the Ukini project and the horse ride.
Yep.
But I mean, like, who's to say that we don't come in for more month leases moving forward? Or is it just because it's a tribal entity?
Yes, only because of the importance and the significance of it, and the letter request was very informative. I felt like I was obligated to help make this work efficiently. That way they can do the ride. They have a central location that's close to here. So I may have bent the rules a little bit, but not necessarily broke them. I just needed something in place that gave them legal authority to use that land for a month.
Okay, thank you.
Full agency.
So this is something we've done in the past. I know we've done it for the Bats Horse Ride and stuff, and then we swim before.
Yeah, yep, it's been done with various camps and such, yep.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments for Tribal Realty? Is that all you had?
Yes, thank you, tribal leadership. I really appreciate your time.
Okay. No other questions or comments? Floor is open for a motion to approve Realty's monthly report.
Second.
Enemy Swim, motion from Enemy Swim, second from All Agency, and a question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Up next, we have THPO and Archives.
Good afternoon, executives and council. I'm just here for moral support, so I want you to support Tamara, okay? Can we just make this short and sweet? No.
I will try. We wanted to, good afternoon, council. We wanted to update our leadership about the issue with Carlisle and how we're working with the Native American Rights Fund and how that's moving along. Some of you may have seen news articles, or else I believe even CNN had issued a news release, basically that the Army sent out a notice on the Federal Register that they are disinterring our child, our boy, Amos LaFramboise, in September of this year. And I want to be sure that you all understand, we had a meeting last Monday with the attorneys from NARF, as well as the LaFramboise families and others. And we shared with them that this is being done, this action is being done by the Army without the tribe's process. They are essentially ignoring our voice and saying that we had issued a letter stating that we are now following NAGPRA and not their next of kin policy. And so they essentially ignored us, ignored our letter, and they proceed with their process. They're not even following their own process anymore. But our attorneys are on it and working closely with Megan and drafting a response to this. This really does need a response. I know I've had questions from other media sources as well as tribal members asking then, are we doing this in September? And the answer to that is no. The Army has issued this without the tribe's input, and they are not following NAGPRA. So what we have done since that time is we've also contacted the senator's office, Senator Rounds. Senator Rounds had helped with the repatriations for Rosebud, as well as helped to facilitate conversations. So we've reached out that direction as well. And we are proceeding with the Native American Rights Fund's attorneys in an official response. And bear in mind, we have not officially filed litigation against them, but at this point, that's where it's at. We are standing on that principle that we as a sovereign nation, as a tribe, we have the experts and that right as a sovereign nation to bring our child back home and to take care of our families, the LaFramboise families and others. And we know best this process. And their Army process is not working for us. And I think at our last meeting where we all sat down together, that was the consensus there.
Enemy Swim?
Thank you for staying on top of this, and I'd like to give credit to our chairman at NCAI. He also presented a resolution through the Great Plains Caucus for NCAI to take up this issue as well, because we're not going to be the only tribe that'll probably have to deal with this move in the future. And so while there wasn't a quorum established, the executive committee, and I talked to two of the execs, they seem bent on passing that, so hopefully NCAI, who utilizes NARF as well, so this will be a larger body and voice to bring this issue forth and get resolved. So I appreciate the chairman's leadership on that one. So just so you know that went through.
Thank you very much. Yes, we were in consultation about that along with NARF. Really appreciate the extent of that support. I think I didn't anticipate that. That was fantastic. And I know the attorneys thought so too.
Well, I'm glad we pulled that together as quick as we could. That was a quick turnaround for that resolution. I think we talked about it the evening of, and then by that morning we had a resolution. So I just want to commend Beth at NARF for working on that. And I think we had a little bit of a head start and help because we had NCAI's format. And so we also had the day we caucus for Great Plains, Teresa Sheldon had came forward and kind of discussed a little bit about it, how there's some gray area there and there in that policy. And so going forward, I think that resolution is really going to be helpful to clarify that, and hopefully we can get some congressional backing and get that fixed. So
I think that's really the goal right now, is reaching out. We do have, I believe, congressional support. Certainly Senator Rounds' office, even from this morning, we're in agreement after getting off the phone that was a fantastic call. And we don't know what that support will look like, whether that will be a letter drafted on our behalf or whether they'll go over and what did they say? Rough up the Army a little bit? I don't know. But certainly he sits on committees that can be effective. And one of the statements that he said that I thought meant a lot to me in a previous call, the staff person had said that, they will answer us because they haven't answered us or the tribe. You're not getting the letters that you should. We're not having the consultation and communication that we should in order to get this done. A couple of key points in it is that it is overly burdensome on one person, and in most instances, an elderly person that doesn't have the ability, whether it's physical or financial, to implement this. And we are standing by our right as a sovereign nation and the law that we fought for in the past, NAGPRA, and that's really where we're at. So if we move forward, it is in unison with the LaFramboise families, our office, as well as the LaFramboise families, and I mean families. We're also, our researcher, Angeline, has been working on the family information, and we're trying to bring the families together, share information as far as family trees and things like that, just so that we have some of that for everybody. When all of this comes down, we're proceeding with our plans for repatriation and what that's going to look like too. That is basically it. Short and sweet, huh? You
Okay,
thought I couldn't do that, huh?
any other questions or comments from Tribal Council? Hearing or seeing none, can we get a motion? Diane?
And I just want to also acknowledge the Pte Chantewi and the Kitbox Okorakichia because they've really kept this alive and have stayed on us, like, you guys need to do this, you need to take care of this. And even though our office facilitates, those lunch sales, those guys are the ones doing all that work and trying to raise funds, because when the time does come, we want to be prepared to do what we need to do to have the burial and to do whatever else we need to do. So I just wanted to add that we are doing ongoing fundraisers to try to help with, with this process and help ourselves to be able to bring both of those boys back, because Spirit Lake is in it with us as well. Piramaya.
I'll have to comment to that too. My apologies that I did not mention that as far as the fundraising portion of it. We're talking about doing maybe some social media fundraising as well, not just the sort of lunch sales and things that we normally do, because we expect this is going to be bigger. We are also working in unison with Spirit Lake, and it is our intentions to bring both boys home at the same time. Both boys left here at the same time, and they should come home at the same time. So with that, again, thank you, and watch for updates in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Bill?
Yes, and because we do work with the Kit Fox, and I know GT knows too, we do have that sort of push with it and reminder as we move forward. So Senator Rounds does sit on that committee. And because he really championed first the consultation piece, asking the federal government to fund the tribes to bring their children home, those sort of things, we expect he'll be strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor is open for a motion to approve THPO and Archives monthly report. Motion from Enemy Swim. Second from Long Hollow. Question from Lake Traverse.
Yes.
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 Thank you. With that, we'll take a short break, and then District Chairman Association is up next at 2:15. Thank you. from break and get started. The last, DCA is the last thing we have on our agenda for today, so whenever you're ready, DCA, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, Tribal Execs, Tribal Council. Okay, we'll go with the Bikuli minutes first.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Executives, and Council. Bikuli had their meeting on May 25th. And starting with motion number 6, to reaffirm a 7-member school board at Enemy Swim Day School. Motion carried. Motion number 7, that IHS honor medical marijuana cards for pain management to comply with tribal code. Motion carried. Motion number 8, that a tribal detention officer be posted at Roberts County Jail. Motion carried. Motion number 9, that a public health nurse be allowed to visit at the Roberts County Jail 3 times per week. Motion carried. Motion 10, that tribal council accept all district minutes as presented. Motion carried. There are 5 requests for adult district membership as listed. And that was motion 18, to approve the 5 adult district requests for membership. Motion carried. And that concludes the Bikuli motions for tribal council. Oh, excuse me, one more thing. Motion number 32, that the Reservation Election Board establish education and experience criteria for candidates to be elected to the tribal council positions. Motion carried. Now that officially concludes it. Thank you.
Okay, any questions or comments from tribal council?
Motion to accept Bikuli's minutes as presented.
Okay, get a motion from Bikuli. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to Buffalo Lake.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buffalo Lake had their meeting on May 25th. The following are the motions that we made. Number 1, to not support the 7-member board at Enemy Swim Day School. Number 2 is to increase the district distribution from gaming 25%. Number 3, the elderly distribution for 2024 increased from 1,500 to 2,000. Number 4, DCA receive a 10-year plan from Planning Department. I think we were just going to check on that one. Motion number 5, to support the development of water rights office for the Sistan-Wapton Oyate. Number 6, for IHS to honor the medical marijuana card. Number 8, the tribal detention officer be stationed at the Roberts County Jail on behalf of our tribal members. Number 9, the public health nurse visit our Sistan-Wapton tribal members at the Roberts County Jail randomly 3 times a week. And number 10 is to remove Lorraine Russo as the Buffalo Lake District Representative from Judicial Committee and the District Elderly Board, effective immediately, May 25th, 2023. There is a hearing that will be held for this on June 28th. Number 17, by Sheila Crawford, to accept the 2 honorary adults. Number 18, by Cassandra Mason, to accept the adult membership for Deidre Bonner, James Nunez, Marjorie, I can never pronounce the last one, Rebecca Alexander. These are all three sisters and a brother. Motion number 20, to accept the youth membership relinquishment for Jardani Chunku and Briley Chunku, and they went to Veblen District. Motion by Buffalo Lake to support the Dakota Plains Transitional Living Center Group with all of the efforts and their mission and philosophy and the third-party funding, and for the Assistant Wapton Oyate assist with funding in the amount of $200,000. And that is all for Buffalo Lake.
Motion to accept Buffalo Lake minutes.
Okay, get a motion from Buffalo Lake.
Second?
Second from Haipa. Question from Bikuli.
Did I forget that one?
Kenneth Johnson. Joel White.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen. Yes. David A. Amos. Yes. Trevor White Chairwoman. Trevor Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, HAIPA had our meeting on May 21st. Motion number 1 is that the tribe look into the third-party billing funding source to support Dakota Plains Transitional Living Centers, that the HAIPA district support the DPTLC efforts and supports the request that has been made for $200,000 from the tribe. Motion number 2, we selected Charlene LaFontaine as the new judicial committee member. Motion 3, we accepted Bob LaFramboise as the tax commission. Motion number 5 is to remove Kurt Schmidt as CEO of DNGE. Motion number 6 is to create a 7-member school board at Enemy Swim Day School immediately. Motion number 7 is to cap the council salary for council and executives to not receive the $25,000 increase, but receive the 2% increase like all other employees. Motion number 8, that all DNG casino line workers get their $10 back pay to March 2020. Motion number 9 is that the $1,500 for elderly be increased to $2,000 per month for the year 2024. Motion number 10 is that the IHS to honor medical marijuana cards and to establish our own tribal pharmacy for medical marijuana. Motion number 11, for tribal detention officers to be stationed at the Roberts County Jail on behalf of our tribal members, and this be inserted into the MOU with Roberts County. Motion number 12 is that tribal police do not request any assistance from Roberts County Police Department in any tribal issues. Motion number 13 is that the district assists Charlene LaFontaine to hire an attorney with a $5,000 minimum retainer fee. And this is, has to do with our tribal police. Motion number 14 is for public health nurses visit tribal members in Roberts County Jail randomly 3 times a week. Motion number 15 is that council accept district minutes as presented by DCA. Motion 17 to accept a youth to adult member. Motion 18 is to accept the new adult members. And I just want to make a comment on our motion number 15, and I'm not speaking for any other district, but our district constitution says that the people are the power in our district, and nobody has veto power except for our members. So that's why our motion is to that our council person accept minutes as presented. And that's all HAIPA has.
Motion to accept HAIPA, or acknowledge a HAIPA district's meeting minutes.
Okay, got a motion from Haipa, second from Enemy Swim. Question from all agency.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. Aylin Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joel White.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to Long Hollow.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Long Hollow had their district meeting May 25th. Motion number 4 to abolish the at-large member for the SWO elderly. Motion 11 to request Roberts County Jail to place a tribal jailer in their facility. Motion 12 to request PHNs from IHS to go into Roberts County Jail to check on tribal members. Motion 17 to approve adult membership is listed. Motion 18 to approve youth to adult as listed. And motion 19 to approve relinquishments from the district is listed. That's all from Long Hollow.
Motion to accept Long Hollow district minutes.
Okay, got a motion from Long Hollow. Second from All Agency. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
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 Okay, we'll go on to Enemy Swim.
Good afternoon, Council. Following are the minutes from May 25th, 2023. Motion number 1 was to give letter of support to Dakota Plains Living Transitional Center. Motion number 3 was to accept adult and youth memberships as listed. And that is all.
Motion to acknowledge the receipt of the Enemy Swim District minutes.
Motion from Enemy Swim, second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Long Hollow.
Dallas Holman? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Kenneth Johnson? Joel White?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook? Yes. Brandon Adams? Yes. Travis White Chairwoman? Travis Secretary? Chairman? Motion passed.
Okay, Council, if you look at our DCA minutes on DCA motion 6-6, motion by Todd O'Reilly to freeze travel for all tribal council and executives until DCA issues and are addressed, resolved, and timelines are met. Motion number 6-7 is to write a letter to Mark Van Norm regarding the mistreatment of inmates in Roberts County Jail. And those are DCA motions. Okay, the issues that we bring today to council is we have 3 districts that came in to have a 7-member school board at Enemy Swim Day School. And that is Bikuli, Haipa, and Long Hollow.
Enemy Swim.
I'd just like to address that one up front there. They do have 2 at-large positions that are available for everyone. And even this last election, only the 2 people applied for both positions, so they automatically won. So, I mean, if you guys are looking for more district representation, more people have to be forthcoming in applying for these elections. Otherwise, my concern is if it goes to a 7-member board, is that you're just going to have someone land on there that actually doesn't want to be on the board, but is just looking to potentially collect a stipend because no one else wants to be on that board. Because if you look at the people applying, if they have a vital interest in our youth and their education, more people would be applying for these at-large positions instead of just 2 for 2 positions. So I just want to let you guys know that those are advertised, and please keep an eye on the lookout for that in the next election season. Thank you.
I guess our DCA constitution says that if there's 3 districts that come in with the same issue, that we need council action, whether yay or nay.
Motion to leave the Enemy Swim Day School as is.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim, second from Buffalo Lake. We don't have a question, so I can call for the vote.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Bailey Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joel White.
No.
Brandon Jinchiwana.
No.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
No.
Travis Vice Chairwoman. Travis Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Myrna, did you have a question?
It's kind of after the fact now, but I just wanted to make a comment that in the beginning, Enemy Swim Day School represented basically a lot of Enemy Swim District kids. But now it's tribal-wide, it's reservation-wide, and they come all over the reservation picking up kids. And the comment I wanted to make was Tioshbazina Tribal School sits in Ole Agency District. So it would be like, okay, all of the school board at Tioshbazina need to be Ole Agency District members, you know, or something to that effect. I think it would be, it's federally funded, and it would be a fair representation of our people to have a 7-member board there, from each district. And the people that run for the school boards, they're interested in their kids' education. Not everybody is a stipend chaser. So I just wanted to make that comment. It already passed, so, but I wanted to make that comment because it was a legitimate concern. Thank you.
Haipa.
I just had a question or a statement, I don't know, whatever you call it. But the Enemy Swim School Board obviously has policies and procedures, and it has, I'm sure, a process or whatever that governs how their people are elected, correct? So if there's any changes, I would assume that would be the process to change it, is amend that school board's procedures,
Bylaws.
right?
Bylaws.
So I would say let's, have it addressed through that school board and changing or updating their bylaws that way, through that process.
Enemy Swim.
So, since it's already done, I just want to ask DCA, how many of you guys have read the policies and procedures with the Enemy Swim Day School? So, 2? Okay, so I do think that, just so that we can get this issue passed and you guys are more informed, I'm more than happy to reach out to the superintendent, Dr. Eastman, and maybe we can have a roundtable and discuss more about the possibilities of you guys being involved, because a lot of it has to be, if they're not at large, you have to have a child in the school for you to be on the school board. So that's where I feel like should be the most, that's how it should be, I believe, in all of our schools, because then you have a highly vested interest. But I am more than open to having that discussion with you guys, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. I mean, if that gets us to a result that we can all agree on, I mean, I think that's the direction we need to go then, so. Angie?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My condolences to Buffalo Lake on their loss. On this, I was talking with 2 elderly ladies. One was 91, one was 90. And it was just this past week, one was today. And I was surprised because one of them told me that districts weren't established until 1970. To me, I always thought there were districts, just like some of our kids think there was always remotes. I always thought there were districts, but that wasn't true. Just only 50 years ago is that we established our districts. And before that, we were one. So I'm thinking if we can get those, the charter, the bylaws from Enemy Swim Day School, and we treat it as one, because now all of our kids, no matter what district, they have at least one going there. And we need to create our processes and our guidelines and our regulations as we were one, if it affects all our kids from all 7 districts. So I'd appreciate it if you can supply me, as Old Agency District, a copy of their bylaws and charters. So that's from me. Thank you.
Okay, our next issue is, we have 3 districts coming in, Buffalo Lake, Haipa, and Long Hollow, to increase the 1,500 monthly elderly to 2,000 per month for 2024.
All agency?
So is that something that's doable, Lexi?
Yes, it's doable. If you guys would like to make that motion, you guys can. I think I discussed with some of you guys already about the different funding, the amounts of funding that goes to elderly and children and general welfare and all that. So if you guys would like to make that motion, you guys can.
Was it 1,500 a month to 2,000
2024.
for 2024? I guess I'll make that motion.
I got a couple questions here. First, Tribal Secretary.
So what was the intent of that in the beginning? Or when did that start, actually? I guess I don't know. I know we've been getting it, but I just don't know where it started, how it started.
I don't know how long it's been on, since I've been here. So Dickie, we're going ahead. Buffalo Lake, we'll let you do the history.
Buffalo
Go ahead.
Lake.
Okay, the 1,500 that goes to each district started because back, had to be in the 90s. The tribe allocated $1,500 to the Enemy Swim elderly for their meals up there. Well, then they got out, then every district got it now. So that's how it started.
Question for you.
Vice Chair.
So if it started for the meals back then, what about the elderly cards? When did that begin?
Karen? Karen knows. Give me your black book, Karen.
Well, I'm not sure on the date, but I know at one time, there's a lot of grandparents that were taking care of their kids. So they issued a $50 food card at Teals. And at the time, they didn't mail any of the cards out, and you had to use your $50 food card at Teals. And that's how it started. Hmm? Oh yeah, and there's Warren's Red Owl at the time too. So it's been quite a while.
Tribal Secretary.
So I know I didn't discuss this with the vice chairwoman, but I did get a bill on the next month. I guess I need to sit down and visit with you on next month's distribution of that, speaking of, so.
As of right now, we're already in the red for the elderly cards, so we actually need to increase the elderly cards about $300,000 more to cover the rest of the elderly cards until October.
Angie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe what the request is starting 2024. I'm hoping that there'd be better management in our budgeting by that time. So, like I mentioned last month about the grant writings. Start requiring programs to submit grants. I mean, there has to be better management in our budgeting here. And I know there's budgets and the programs know their needs, and those are the ones that really need to be sitting down, each and every one of them, saying this is our need. I mean, if gaming's not gonna do it, then we need to go out and get some more. Actually, it's supposed to be, we need to go get some more and then have gaming subsidize it. We need to work for it. Thank you.
And I just want to reply to that too, just to be fair to half of us, we came in January prior to or after the budgeting process. So I know internally that's something we've been working on, because right now, there's so much money out there. We need to be present out there. We were at NCAI last week, and it was really apparent that the Great Plains really needs to be at the table because a lot of these resources are being funneled to Alaska Native corporations who aren't tribes, who don't have treaties. It's something we're working on internally though. And hopefully this next fiscal year, it's it's something that we can do. But another issue that comes up is workforce. You know, it's hard to get people to come and work and be able to administer these grants and do it in a way that we're not exposing the tribe to any more risk than we are. So it's a process, and I just want to let you know that that's something we're all working together on, but it's going to take time. So HIPAA and then Enemy Swim.
Thank you. So, you know, I'm glad you said 2024 because that gives a lot of time to work out them budget. But, you know, kind of what you're saying, along with what the chairman is saying, is that, you know, there's been a lot of talk and discussion about our finances and budgeting and, you know, where we want to go in the future. And our population is constantly growing. Our elder increases, our youth is increasing. And we're spending more money. And I would like to see, and I don't know how that would take place, but I guess that's going to be a long discussion, is restructuring our whole organization. We have a lot of services, a lot of social service programs, and it seems like some might be overlapping others. I mean, elderly food cards and elderly at the districts, et cetera. So if there's somehow a way we can move forward on restructuring our organization and streamlining everything all across the board, you know, move forward with that, but I guess that's all.
Enemy Swim.
So, I guess this is more for council and the vice chairwoman. Are we planning to move our budget back to a 26 million? Because right now, I believe when we first had this discussion, it was just to try to make ends meet this year, and then we were gonna revisit the situation. So if we were looking at increasing in 24, something we'll have to give if we try to go back at 26 million.
Honestly, we haven't been at 26. We budgeted last year, and this year was the first year where we budgeted at 28, but we have always over budgeted since 2015, over 26 million. So we can't go back. We are pretty much at our max.
Tribal Secretary.
So, you know, I just want to update you guys too on the stuff we are doing. We're trying to bring economic development here. You know, we're looking already into farming. You know, we got 40 acres planted. I don't know if you guys know that, but there's 40 acres currently planted that the tribe is moving forward on. And it's going to take stuff like that for you guys to see a lot of revenue come in for the tribe, because, you know, we can't really depend on gaming all the time. We got to start venturing out and getting, looking at other economic opportunities out there. Because like, you know, like the chairman said, when we're not present at these meetings, you know, we're not getting any of the pot of money that's allocated. And you know, I read in one of the district minutes that, you know, you guys are going to freeze our travel until, you know, things are met or whatever. You know, that's, you know, that, I mean, is that, you know, then we're not going to have anything. And then we're going to be in the red every year, you know. Now, audits aren't going to be, it's just going to cause a ripple effect. So what I'm trying to say is we're council and executives are constantly talking about all our economic opportunities that we have. We have hemp, we have marijuana, we have our farming we're looking at, we have our meat locker. I mean, these are all the things that we could do right now that we don't have to wait, you know, a period of time. We're looking at wind and solar again. You know, all of this stuff has to come into play before we can start allocating and bumping all of these things up. And so when we say it takes time, it's not going to happen overnight. That's why there's so much planning involved. We're roundtabling issues. You know, different council people are going out. You know, we're conquering in numbers, if you will. You know, council is going out to these meetings. You know, executives are going to these meetings, and we're bringing information back on what we can do and how we can implement them here at our tribe and move forward on them. And so it does take a lot of time. There's a lot of opportunity for the tribes to really sit back and look at and plan careful on what we want to do and how sustainable we want to be. And you know, Old Agency, you mentioned about grants and stuff. You know, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make our grants be used first before our money. But like I said, that's internal, that takes time. Myrna, you can attest for that. You know, you've sat in this seat. You know how much time it takes. You know how much meetings you have to do. You know how much, all of that, all those little things add up, and it doesn't just happen overnight. So we are constantly talking, we are constantly meeting, and we're constantly looking for opportunities for our tribe. And I just want to update you guys on that. And I, you know, we want to work with you guys as well too, you know. We want you guys at the table on different things too, because we think with everybody involved in this, we can move faster too, because everybody will be in a know on what's going on here. So thank you for that, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tribal Secretary. I just wanted to expand upon that a little bit too. You know, as HIPAA rep mentioned, you know, our tribe grew so fast over the last probably 20 years, along with gaming, and we have so many programs. And you know, Myrna, you know, and Curtis, I feel bad for you guys because there's like 30 some odd programs that you have to oversee on top of, you know, chasing down grants. And I mean, it just efficiently and operation wise, I think we really need to look at how does that look to restructure our tribal organization as far as operations go, because it's very slow, and it's frustrating to me as well. And when you add a 2-year term limit on top of that, there's really not much we can do other than just to keep operations going. So those are some of the conversations I think we ought to sit down with DCA, and how do we work together and solve some of these issues. You know, just like I said, going to NCI last week, you know, with our 2-year term limits, I mean, we don't stand a chance on the national level because it takes months to get caught up on all the issues, to identify all the different funding sources and opportunities that are available out there. And by the time we do that, here comes another election, you know, and so that's something we really need to look at tribal wide, and those discussions, you know, start to happen at our district level. You know, how do we work together, change the code, or do what we have to do to be able to have some constitutional revision. I mean, it's been 18 years, and I feel like we should have constitutional revision as in our Constitution. It should happen every 8 to 10 years probably, you know, without any kind of restraints or voter turnout or something like that. You know, we just have to come up with innovative ways to be able to address the changes. I mean, everything's changing so rapidly. I mean, you got big federal departments that are being compartmentalized and specialized in all these different things, and our tribe is not moving along with some of those changes out there in the, you know, in the country. So, you know, we have to really do what we can to take a look at how that's going to look. You know, I mean, I think it's time. I mean, it's been probably 20 years since we've looked at operations internally, and so I know one thing we're looking at is hiring an executive director to kind of oversee some of that, because I feel like it's not fair to some of our programs. We don't have the time to commit to really, you know, help them and empower them and to get those services out to the people. So that's really what we're working on. It's a long process, and you know, we're working diligently towards that, you know, so appreciate the patience. I know DCA, you brought some things in front of us, and you know, it's not that we're not acting on them, it's just we have all of these things holding us back, you know, and it takes time to be able to do that. So I appreciate your patience thus far. Whole agency.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 25% increase to district distributions pending, or that's the wrong one. That's probably a mistake. I'm gonna recall that one. Motion is to take the 1,500 from elderly to be increased to 2,000 per month for 2024 pending availability of funding.
I already had that motion on the floor.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You want to
Before we had our discussion.
Okay.
So we're that, and then,
Can I add
but
that?
go ahead, you can make that motion.
Okay.
I
Okay, we
would
got,
just like to add to that motion there then, pending availability of funding in 2024.
okay, we got a motion from HIPAA, second from Whole agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion for a 25% increase to the district distribution. For fiscal '24.
Okay, got a motion from Vice Chair,
Second.
second from Tribal Secretary. Question from Long Hollow. You got a question, Enemy Swim?
Will this be prorated as it normally is?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I would like to amend it to meet the 30% at 28 million for the districts, according to the gaming compact, correct? It's 30%? There's a percentage that we're supposed to, for the tribes?
So,
Well, I'll make it to 30%. The
Just
full
a-
30% of 28 million.
is that what it's supposed, I mean, is that on top of flat rate 30% to the district and that's it?
Enemy Swim?
So I just want a little bit more clarification. Is it 25% that's going to be divided between all districts, or is Enemy Swim, for example, will be seeing an increase of 25%?
Let's just make it 30% and it'll be prorated between the districts.
For 28 million rather than 26, right?
Yes.
Because that's what it was before. Or, we always had it at 30%.
But we all know, I gave DCA and you all the breakdown and it doesn't show that.
Okay, so is this
clarifying.
motion to make it at 30% flat?
For 24.
Whatever, out of the 28 million?
28 million,
Okay,
yes.
so that motion, that was already made, was there already?
Tribal Secretary?
Lexi, can you just make your motion up to 30%?
Okay.
And then that way we all know, because the 25% is getting confusing now.
Okay, just
You know
up
what I
to the
mean?
30% and
Put it
that
back up to 30% for the districts,
That's-
for their allocation.
That's what I just said too.
Okay.
Angie?
Just for clarification, so right now, it's 25% of the 26, or 28, right?
Correct. That's what we're at right now.
Okay, thank you.
The reason why I'm making this motion is because I know you guys said you guys didn't like me throwing out numbers, and it's not to be disrespectful, it's to be transparent. From my understanding, we get about $5 million to our elder, which is about 4,000 tribal members. We give our youth, that's about 3,000 members, only about 4 million. So what about the individuals from 18 to 55? I'm sorry, but I feel like, yes, we are supposed to take care of our elderly, but 5 million, and now we're gonna increase it more. Like, I feel like we don't do anything for the tribal members that are from those ages, that are having a hard time finding housing, who are single parents, who are, they have their own struggles as well. So I feel like if this way, if we can give money to the districts and they can assist because they are the ones assisting tribal members more at 18 to 55 than what we do for 18, 55-year-olds besides the general welfare. I feel like it should be fair that if we increase the money and funds for elderly, we should be assisting more for those individuals 18 to 55. So that is why I'm making this motion.
Angie?
Are we in compliance with the gaming compact by doing that? No,
Yeah.
no, I just want to make sure that we're not, putting ourselves in jeopardy of, not having a compact if we go against it.
We can go ahead and readjust it if we need to in 24, but we'll say up to 30%.
Okay.
And
Thank
we'll
you.
get clarification by October for the full budget, and we'll have different options that will go to council, option 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, no other questions? Do you have a question? Okay, no other questions or comments, we can call for the vote? Yes, please.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Okay, to Curtis, just for clarification, this is our motion, that 6.6, where it's freezing executive and council's travel. That's not from the district DCA, just put that out there because there's a lot of issues that haven't been addressed since 2019. And I know a lot of you weren't here in 2019, but that's the reason, just to put a fire in the council so they can get some of these things done.
Well, you certainly got my attention. But no, I understand that too. And like I said before, things take time. And I know they don't move as fast as we'd like them to either here on this side of the room too. So
I just hope
thank you
don't
for
take
understanding.
another 4 or 5 years to get some of this done.
I will say too that it's going to take money to do a lot of this stuff too, and it's money we got to find too. So that's why I said just be patient with us. We're trying to get innovative here and work through a lot of things and bring in more money here with the tribe. So thank you. Appreciate it.
And then
one of the important ones was the reservation boundaries that they made back in 2018, 2019. That was supposed to be first priority.
Yeah, to talk a little bit about that too, is that we were at NCI again last week, and we put forth that resolution for NCI to support that. Typically, and most recently, NCI's tried to make their resolutions kind of general, but we made sure that it specifically stated Sisseton, Wahpeton, Sioux Tribe, and not to generalize it, because that's something that we wanted to make sure that was in support of Sisseton and not anybody else. So again, that'll probably be passed in November, so which is good, because then that leads us into the legislative session at South Dakota, where later on this month, we are inviting the Tribal Relations Committee to come here, and then we can work firsthand with some of our legislators about some of these issues and start to put it on their radar for the upcoming legislative session and put together some sort of strategy so that we can hopefully get that bill passed this year at the state. So.
Good. And then Cooley just pointed out to me that on our motion 6.7, it wasn't to write a letter to Mark Van Norm, it was to request the letter that was sent by Mark Van Norm to the Department of Justice. We can get a copy of that, be Cool. Okay, and the next one is Water Rights Office. We had Buffalo Lake, Enemy Swim, and Long Hollow have motions to establish a Water Rights Office.
Enemy Swim.
Instead of establishing a whole new program, could that just be added on to like the EPA office? OEP, sorry, wrong one.
Vice Chair.
We also do have a water rights lawyer at the moment that's, who's also Mark Van Norman's wife, but she is on, we do have contract with her, I believe. So we do have one, then possibly just have her work with OEP a little bit more instead of creating the office.
Hype.
I was just going to say, that was kind of one of the discussions we had over the last however long in that roundtabling and pushing forward with that. And that tied into having attorneys with that specialized field in the long run. And I think we were going to talk a lot more about that a little bit in the next week or two or tomorrow or whatever. So
Myrna?
that's still on the list.
Thank you, Chairman. The Water Rights Office has to be a separate office from OEP. They can work together in some kind of way, but a Water Rights Office is really about quantification of your water, and the OEP is about testing surface and groundwater. So those are two different topics altogether. And so I think the water quantification, we need that attorney because you have to establish designated uses and you have to project years down the road before you can compact. So it can be a 10-year process, but it starts with establishing your criteria, your designated uses, and projecting ahead and doing a council resolution for that, and it goes to the Bureau in Aberdeen, and then it goes to DC. So there's a process to quantifying your water. And like I said, OEP, they protect the surface and groundwater, and that's why they do the testing for the surface water, such as the wetlands. And so yeah, there's a history there, and we did a water rights study, and I think it was in 2008, and that showed at that time that there were at least 234 water rights permits given to non-Indians within the original boundaries of the reservation. So I don't know what it's at now, because OEP actually did that, contracted with Bruce Van Haveren, who did the water rights study. And so there's a copy of that you can look at, but that should go to the water rights attorney that you have, and they could possibly go from there. But yeah, it has to be a designated office. Thank you.
Tribal Secretary.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, Myrna, OEP is operated under a grant too, right?
Yes, it is, and you can't deviate from your work plan requirements in those grants.
I know when we last talked about this too, with, I think Shannon and, well, Ross wasn't there, but we talked to Shannon about it, but we had them bring in a map of a lot of our aquifers on our reservation. And I believe there was 7 to 9 of them that we have within our boundaries. And that's, I think at that time, that was something we wanted her to look into more of, to see if we can't capture that now. And I think one of them goes through Rebelin, and I think one comes through here too. And so we wanted her just to kind of look at that with the engineer's study. I think there was one done too with Helms, and they kind of found that out too. So that's kind of what direction we wanted her to look into as far as that part of it. So, but what you were just talking about, I think we're not there yet, but I mean, we could start that process now and start, like you said, it's a 10-year process, and we can start that now and start working on that. But I think it was our aquifers that we wanted her to really focus on and how we could get our rights back for that. So,
And just one more comment. The BIA has grants, you know, they have the water rights grants up there. And the BIA was really pushing the South Dakota tribes to compact, to quantify, because all the Montana tribes quantified their water, and they had a big meeting in Rapid City with all the South Dakota tribes to quantify, because they were trying to encourage the tribes to quantify at that time, but none of the South Dakota tribes wanted to quantify their water because they believe we have First Nation rights. So that's it. Thank you.
And the other reason why we brought Shannon on too is because she was involved in that one down in Navajo Nation. That was a 30-year-old case that they finally won in litigation. So, and she was kind of part of the tail end of that. So she was very familiar with that at the time. So that's why we wanted to kind of pick her brain on see what she can do for us too at that time. So.
Okay. Who's Shannon, and is that Mark Van Norm's wife?
Her name is Shannon Atsidy. I don't know how to spell that last name.
Okay, next one on our list is Indian Health Service Honor Medical Marijuana Cards. That was passed by Haipa, Buffalo Lake, and Biculi. And I don't know if that's feasible. Do we even have a code yet? Is that code 81? That I tried looking for it online, and it's not online.
Full agency?
So in that chapter 81, those cannabis codes, there is a self-certification in there. So since we do have a law that protects it for both cultural use and recreational medical use now, we've actually had that law protecting it for protecting cannabis and peyote since like the 80s. So we did add the self-certification in there for only tribal members, so you could self-certify yourself, you know, you're 21 years of age, you responsible adult, you've been using it, so that option is in there. So there's 3 options in there: self-certification through doctor's recommendations or one of the physicians we may get. But specifically for tribal members, you have a self-certification in there. And that would take away from IHS because they're not ready to prescribe it or issue it yet because it's still federally illegal. But in the future, I see that may change in the future. But self-certification is a benefit for our members. They do not need to get a doctor's recommendation in the codes.
Can we get a copy of that code? Because it's not online yet under our SWO codes.
Okay. I can give you a copy.
Vice Chair?
There's also someone from South, I forgot the name of the company, but they assist individuals to get the medical marijuana cards. So I will be giving that information out once she decides what day she'll be around this area. So if you do need assistance on getting the medical marijuana card, someone will be coming in the area soon. So heads up.
I think we did have her come before, right, too? Or she was at Rosalie's, the same lady, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
So, I guess we can't make IHS change their policy, because like you were saying, it's federal. But, if we were 638, we could probably do that. FYI. For 638.
Dallas?
So I'll just go ahead and make a motion that we send a resolution to our congressional delegation to decriminalize medical cannabis nationally. And then we also send the same resolution to NCAI in November so that we're getting more support. And then we'll add on there the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association.
Is this at the federal level,
Yep.
right? Question.
Okay, got a motion from Enemy Swim, second from Buffalo Lake, and question from Haipa.
Can you just repeat exactly what you're, sorry.
So the resolution to decriminalize cannabis nationally, going to NCAI, our congressionals, and then Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association.
Okay, yes.
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 Yes, for me too.
Okay, see, again, council did make that motion back in 2018, 2019 to decriminalize marijuana and approve medical marijuana. So. Okay, the next one is by 4 districts, Biculi, Long Hollow, Buffalo Lake, and Haipa, is that a tribal detention officer be stationed at Roberts County Jail on behalf of our tribal members. And this can probably be inserted into the MOU when you get it done.
Gary, do you want to talk a little bit about that? Come up here so we can have a mic.
I recently received a added contract from Roberts County. Since the MOU has been in limbo for so long, we reached out and gave me just a standard contract. That helped my price get from $90 to $115. So as of right now, it's $175 extra a day they are charging me for the inmates we have currently. So I'm trying to reach out to the title right now and see if he's still going to honor the MOU, if they still want to. I'm not sure why I got this contract, but I'm feeling they have a new jail administrator, and I think that's kind of why it happened that way. So, but for as far as if he wants that in there, we can go ahead and see what he feels about it, see if he's able to do that. That's his jail, that's not ours, so, but we'll have to figure something out with him.
Question, Gary. Since we're paying them all this money per day, per inmate, we should have a right to see how they're spending it, shouldn't we? What kind of budget do they build from that? Because our people are basically the cash crop, and they're keeping them functional and operational. And it's all of our people in there, in jail. So we have a right to know what they're spending that money on, I think, because I don't think they're feeding them that good, and they're not treating them that good from the reports that we get. So I think we need to hold them accountable if we're going to be paying them, because, like I said, we're supporting them in their jobs. Thank you.
Haipa.
Okay. The original contract did have something in there for that. That first one we had that ended up being expired. So it was in there then, so I don't know what happened where they couldn't be in there anymore. But also, Mr. Chairman, we had a motion a while back where I requested whatever information that was in that report according to the contract, that we can get that information during that year. And I don't know if you were ever able to follow up on that, but I'm reminding you now on that. But that's what we needed to get, was that information, and we could put that in there if it was in the original contract. And as you're stating, those are, if we're going to have an MOU with them, that's what the whole thing is, what our responsibilities are and what their responsibilities are. And what was my question was, my big question right now is, how are we paying them without a contract? Okay.
It was just, the MOU agreement happened just because the BIA wanted it to happen, and they shut down the jail.
Okay. So, but if that money's coming through the tribe that we're paying for those services, that's what I'm confused about and have been wanting answers on for a while. So how does that go? I mean, if any of the payments have to go through our system, don't we need something for that to go through? How is that going? I know we got BIA and stuff, but you know, where's the actual process? Where's all the numbers going and all this and that? Especially important, I want to know, is because of all the issues we've had with our tribal members, regardless of whoever's jurisdiction they are under.
Tribal Secretary.
So I just Need a clarification, Gary. So we don't have an MOU with Roberts County currently now, correct? We have a contract, but it's their contract, correct? And BIA is covering most of that, the jail stay, correct? Okay. That's what I need to know.
Okay, then you'll just keep us updated on that MOU? Yeah, okay. Karen?
I guess my question, Gary, is tribal leadership aware of that verbal contract you have in place?
Everybody is telling the Dade County of the experience, and when we did a report, a monthly report, they usually tell them where they're at, staying at, whether the BIA facility, Dade County, facility, Traverse, just Lake County, Traverse County.
How much does BIA pay? Do they pay the full amount if they went up to 115?
BIA will pay 75, but our three transport officers take up that contract. Salaries and the rest of it usually goes to prison care. We also have our legal revenue, and tax revenue, that goes to prison care.
I guess I have a question to the vice chairwoman. Is BIA only paying 75 and who, the rest of it comes out of the law enforcement budget, which probably cuts here? So, I mean, I think you guys need to take a look at why are we letting Roberts County Jail dictate to us on how much we have to pay them. And also, if you look in that, the one that the MOU that's expired, and it says the county shall ensure conformance with the ACA and the BI detention standards, which is a base off the ACA core. So at any given time, we get enough complaints about our tribal members, can we bring in the BIA to come in and check it out? If they're paying for it, paying the part of the services. Yeah.
They would come in, do an investigation, with complaints that came from just other inmates. So they can, the process, I'm not sure the process.
But those complaints are coming from the other inmates, it's still affecting our tribal members that are sitting for our tribal police.
The chairman did agree to, he will still let you do that interview.
Okay, cool. Do you guys want to reschedule that? I know the last time we had that scheduled, we were out in DC, and so if you guys want to be a part of that going forward?
Yeah, because I passed out the expired MOU to all DCA, and then they were going to mark down their recommendations as far as what they wanted in the
Okay,
MOU.
good, good. Gary, you want to just touch base with Tyler and then let us know when a good day we can meet to kind of go through that? Okay, Myrna?
Just one more thing, getting back to that, can you hand me that motion? Getting back to this DCA motion 0607, the motion was actually supposed to say to request the letter from Mark Van Norman that he was to send to the Department of Justice regarding the mistreatment of inmates in Roberts County Jail. But that letter was supposed to happen, and then I went out of office. And but that letter, it was regarding a class action lawsuit, because we've been talking about the mistreatment of our people in this jail for a long time. And there's a lot of written complaints. And so it just seemed like nothing was changing. So then at that time, we're like, okay, Mark Van Norman's going to write a letter to Department of Justice, and we'll pursue a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit against Roberts County Jail. But I don't know what happened to that letter. Thank you.
Yeah, and actually that time we were supposed to meet on that MOU, we were meeting with the Department of Justice that day. And so we actually had a conversation for about an hour with them over the various complaints, and they had a lot of questions for us. One thing that they did say was, their process is really lengthy, and then they have a board or something thereabouts that kind of decides on which cases that they take. And so some of those cases, you know, they kind of did mention they're pretty hard and they're really lengthy. The ones that they did bring up and talk about were those type of situations where our inmates are being denied their cultural and religious ceremony. So those ones, if there's those kind of complaints, I would like to request those so we can move those forward and get those to the DOJ and work with Mark to do that. So, Tribal Secretary.
So I just want to add to that too, is there are people in DC that are stationed like in the Great Plains area. They're stationed all over the place. And so they said, you know, any information that we have, just to make sure we're submitting it to them. Mark Van Norman was there also, so he knows. So if you guys have any information, any kind of complaints, please get them to us, and then we can give them to Mark to send to them at the DOJ, because that's what they want. And it was a good conversation, but you know, they told us there's no guaranteed a timeline. That's what they're going to tell you, everybody that comes through there with any kind of complaints. There's no guaranteed timeline. They will be put into the system, and then when it hits their table, they're going to be looking into it. But the religion part is what they strongly encourage us to do, is send complaints to that, because that is violating people's rights now too. So I can tell you that. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Those complaints that I did receive from DCA, I did forward to our legal team, which was going to be working with Mark Van Norman on sending those. So.
Okay, since we're on the subject, did we contact ACLU? I understand there's a link there with a form. Can we get some forms printed out and give to the inmates if they want to fill it out and request their assistance? I know their address is in Sioux Falls. There's Stephanie, how do you say her last name? Amoidi? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, and she's ACLU in South Dakota out of Sioux Falls, and she is Native American, so. Okay, the next one is what has to do with the Roberts County Jail again. Public health nurse visit tribal members in the Roberts County Jail randomly 3 times a week.
I think, was that in the MOU, the first one? The second one? Okay. So then that's just a matter of making sure going forward that it's in there. And
Us taking all tribal members to IHS, because that one was Jake Nassau, and he was afraid if the tribal member assaulted an officer there, it would be too much jurisdictional. So then that's why we did this one, and then he reduced the pay for us.
So I also know that the SNIAPI clinic, Josie, she does go to the jail a couple times a week too. So that's our clinic that we have over at where I think Gary is at. Yep. So she goes and tends to the inmates there too. She's what is she? Certified nurse practitioner. Yeah. So,
Lake Traverse.
So do they currently still take those inmates over to the clinic?
They do it themselves, but we take our inmates. We take care of, yes.
All agency.
So she messaged and she said they can go through the jail nurse to request her services, and it's mostly for substance abuse, medical refills, or OB appointments, mental health concerns. So there is a process. I don't know if the inmates are aware of the process, but they need to contact the jail nurse to request the services from that. PSNA, is that what it's called? Yes. SNIAP.
You know what, I think there are a lot of them, they're probably not aware of that, you know, and I think that, you know, maybe Gary or someone, they can write up something, what services are available to the tribal members and how they go about requesting it. Because sometimes they said they'll knock on the door. I mean, there was one incident in there where there's a female inmate, you know, and she was on her time and she wanted clean clothes and sanitary products, and that was early in the morning, and they didn't get nothing to her till 4:30 in the afternoon. And this is type of things that goes on in there. Okay, that public health, that's taken care of then?
Yeah,
Gonna
that
make a
should be
motion to put
included.
in an MOU?
I think it's in there, right? Just, okay.
Okay, also in here too, Gary, is that, it says that, that you will be, emailed a list of inmates every morning by 10 o'clock. It says in here. Yeah, but I mean, that's in the MOU here, that's expired again, but I also think, you know, that the leadership need to think that the chairman needs to be involved in that email too, when it's sent to Gary.
Gary, you want to forward me that whenever you get that? Okay, thank you.
And then the council accept district minutes as presented by DCA, is that?
Enemy swim.
So I was just curious, where did that come from? I was just kind of curious.
The reason why I brought it up at DCA is because the last meeting that we met with you that, and I'm trying to point fingers or say anybody did wrong or, well, yeah, they did wrong. But I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody, it's just the principle of it. I mean, like I said, we were all one people at one time. There was no districts. And I would think it kind of, when that happened, it was kind of like, what? What do we do now? To me, I've never seen that happen before, where there's a picking and choosing of the people's voice in the minutes. And I guess this was really serious to me, that we needed to address this, because that was taking away the voice of the people. And I sure wouldn't want that to happen in my district or anybody's district, where you start telling your district members what you're going to pass on and what you're not going to. You're going to picking and choosing, and that's not right. That's not who we are. That's not what our government's all about. It's the voice of the people, and we need to protect that. And so that's why I brought it up. I said we need to make sure that these things don't happen. Otherwise, we're going to go into a dictatorship. And so myself, I am going to protect the voice of my people, my district. And you guys coming together as one voice need to protect that as well. So that's why I made it an issue, because it's serious, very serious. It might start out small, but it can grow. And so this is why I brought it up to DCA. Thank you.
Okay, and the last one we have is by Buffalo Lake, Haipa, and Enemy Swim is to support the Dakota Plains Transitional Living Center. And I guess I got a question for Joan as far as your, at one time you said you had a grant. Would that grant assist the efforts of this Dakota Plains Transitional Living Center?
That's a separate program that basically, I mean, they can work with them.
Yeah.
And so they would just need to get a hold of Devola Bird as the program manager of that program. And it's just, she just now started out, but they can, it would probably be a good idea for her to work with them.
Who took your place?
Well, remember my old program was the Sex Offender Registry Office and Parole, and that's Mike LaFontaine. But Devola Bird is the one that oversees that reentry grant. And they're the ones that would probably work well with this group.
Tribal Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that what's it called again?
Dakota Plains Transitional.
Dakota Plains Group. So last month we did allocate some money to Dakota Pride, and it was $1 million to get us things that they needed to be upgraded or whatever. One of those, in that plan was the group that came before us. So I haven't talked to Richard yet, but I need to sit down and have a meeting with him to say, because Richard does support that group, and I did have a conversation previous to that motion that, we need to figure out what their philosophy is, criteria, what they need, basically. And so I know we did tell one of his, she did do an email? Okay, so he is aware of that, but I just need to sit down with him and say, hey, within that budget that we allocated to you, this is something that we want you guys to do with that group, is start that group. I think it's a good thing too. I think it's a needed service here on our reservation as far as, recovery, and that's what it really, and who best to do that than people that are recovered fully and want to do better for themselves. So I do think it's a good program. So I'm going to have that conversation with Richard Byrd to get that kind of going and moving forward, because there is money that we did allocate for him for that, and that 200,000 can come out of that. So, thank you.
Yeah, that service is really needed here, because a lot of the inmates that come out of prison, they have no place to go. You can't go into housing, because if you got convicted of drugs, you can't go to your housing. A lot of your family lives in a housing. So
Yep.
where do they go?
Yeah, and me and Richard kind of visited about that too. There's really no place for them to go. So,
Yeah. And they go out on the streets, and then they get, sent back to prison again for, yeah.
You got a lot of people reoffending, and going back in a repeated amount of times, and that's why I think it's a good program, because these people that are in recovery have been in recovery for a couple years now, and they want to make sure they're. I think when you do that too, the professionalism is great. The having a background in that is great, but I think it really hits home when it's our own people helping our own people as far as recovery, and I think that's going to go a longer way. That's just my opinion. I know, your degree is good and everything, but I think as far as recovery aspect of it, they've actually lived it and came out better. And who better to teach the other ones about that than them, And that's why I like it. That's why I like the model. I support it, and then I'll talk to Richard about it and moving that forward. So.
Okay. What was I going to say?
Lisa.
You have young people or even older people that get out of prison and they're not allowed to come back here because they know coming back here it'd just be detrimental to them, so they're not allowed to by their parole officers. And you have facilities, and I'm going to use Sioux Falls as an example. You have the new facility there, the St. Francis House. Beautiful place, beautiful. You have the Glory House and you have the Arch. But you have people in there that treat tribal members differently than they treat black people, white people, and Mexicans. And the reason I'm saying this is because my son, who came out of prison last year in July, went to the St. Francis House. Did well for about, up until probably November. And then they started picking on him. And the manager of that place, and I always wanted to get hold of Dave Flute to tell him this, started picking on my son. So my son left against his parole officer. He left, he violated, he had to sit in that unit off to the prison. There's a unit there. He had to sit in there for a couple days. He went back to St. Francis House about 3 or 4 times, and it just never worked out after that. That lady just picked and those tribal members that were there. And so he finally left, and he was homeless for a while, and, just up and down, did stupid things, got in fights and everything, and now he's sitting in jail again. Didn't quite make a year, but he's probably going to go back to prison. I'm hoping he doesn't. But these homes away from here are just, they're not as supportive to tribal members. Because you can go to Sioux Falls and you can see all kinds of tribal members. Now that I see it, and I've been there in a different way than just being a shopper, I can see tribal members just all over the streets. It's pitiful, And you look at who's in jail. With my son right now, he's in jail with about 3 or 4 tribal members from here. in Minnehaha County. You know, and here we are trying to find out what's going on and where they can go, and, you know, if they're gonna get violated and get sent back. And so, you know, it's not just coming back here that's bad, you know, for some of them. Some of them come back and they do have family, you know, but some of us, you know, like my son, you know, no.
Yeah, I think like Lisa said, you know, we really need that here on the reservation here because, you know, the SWO pilot pro service pilot program, you know, it says in there that they're supposed to do everything to redirect the offender to keep them out of incarceration. But yet, I like to see their stats on how many went back and how many they have successful completed their parole conditions.
You know, just to reiterate that too, you know, we're looking for trying to move ahead our 24-bed treatment facility too. You know, I think that's a need that's been overlooked for years. You know, like our Dakota Pride is there, but you know that building has served its purpose. It's been there for 40-some years, and I think it's about time that we're due for an upgrade there to make sure we're not only helping our members with alcoholism, but you know, drugs and all of that other stuff that come with today's society that our young people are getting caught up in. You know, that's a really big that's a big problem here, because you know, when COVID hit, you know, we saw a lot of that stuff. You know, COVID really exposed a lot of things that we probably need to really seriously look at here as a tribe and really fix. And you know, I'm not saying that as a bad thing, but I'm saying that as a good opportunity for us guys to move on these different things that we've always talked about wanting, but never got them. You know, and that's kind of what we want to do, is we want to make sure we're moving ahead, finding money to build these facilities so they can help our tribal members, so we can retain them here on our reservation and turn them around. You know, that's our goal. That's everyone's goal. You know, it's our, because it, you know, I probably can tell you that every family goes through that. It's a ripple effect. It causes a ripple effect through all the families. You know, and we need to start helping each other to help those families get better. And if it takes this group, getting this group together, you know, I'm all for that. You know, because we gotta start somewhere. We gotta help our people get better, because that's who we are. Thank you.
Like Travers.
So I just wanted to talk about parole a little bit, because I ran that program, and the parole originally started because they wanted tribal members to come back and to be here. But some of the barriers that happen have to do with, you know, we didn't have really good treatment services, and, you know, the problems with housing. They couldn't go into the housing. So we knew that when that program started, we needed to do a little bit more. You know, we needed more here than what just parole or just treatment. You know, you need a whole bunch of things. You need mental health. You need family support. And that's the reason that I worked 5 years for that reentry grant, because that starts in the institution, and then it works out, it comes out, and they work with family members. And then once you see that, and then you get that other program going, you're gonna start seeing that shift. But it's gonna take a lot of people to do it. And so I don't like anybody to say anything negative about parole, because I think it was supposed to be a really good program, but it just never worked out. We needed those other pieces to it in order to add to it. And we've had some really good parole agents here, but it's such a hard job that they've left because they just struggled with it. But I think once we see all those pieces into place, we're gonna see a change then. But it's just gonna take time. And I think that treatment program is gonna help. You know, these people starting this new program, that's gonna help. Reentry is gonna help. Parole is gonna help. You're gonna start seeing that. And that's what that was kind of always my vision about 5 years ago when I started working on that grant, saying that we need more than what's being offered here. And so it's gonna happen. I really believe that.
I guess there again, 5 years again, you know, for something to happen.
I think the big piece too for us is the financing, and it's just a matter of deciding on which rate that, I mean, right now, I mean, there's a lot of factors, you know, supply chain issues. I think we're kind of coming out of that, but now we're dealing with high interest rates, you know, 4 to 5% interest on loans is kind of high. But, you know, it just kind of depends on who we work with going forward. But, you know, the 105L lease program, you know, they're going to pay for the, you know, the construction of it, basically. We just have to find the financing. So the police station and the treatment facility seem like really easy things that we can get accomplished this term. So it just needs, you know, kind of the blessing of the districts, you know, to go that route, because I think what they're going to get scared of is we're taking out loans, you know, and really what it is we're basically doing that for BIA, who's going to pay it back. So it's not really, the burden's really not on us, it's on the BIA to do that. Myrna?
I wanted to bring something up here because we're talking about homelessness. And the secretary knows there's a lot of homeless children. When you look at a homeless shelter, House of Hope, at one point there were 24 children that were homeless there, and even 6-month-old twins. And so I've been researching or reading the federal regs on Nahasda, because the housing authority creates a lot of the homelessness. Maybe it's the harshness of the federal regs that I think if tribal council researched it, you could probably request some changes there, because housing authority is under the umbrella of the tribe. They wouldn't exist if it weren't for the tribe. And now, because somebody I know just got a letter and they have 10 days to evict. And in the Nahasda federal regs, it says these rules that the housing authority puts forward cannot be unreasonable. So a 10-day eviction notice is wrong, because even the state of South Dakota is 30 days. You know, it can't be any different. So, but the housing authority gives a 10-day notice and they're out. Even somebody that's been living there for years just went to renew her lease, and next thing you know, she got a letter from the tenant services person saying you have 10 days to get out. So we're our own worst enemy sometimes. We're talking about homelessness, we're talking about all this and that, but yet we're helping create that. So at what point do we look at ourselves and say, we need to revise some rules here. We need to revise some regulations under some of these programs, such as the housing authority. But that's another reason there's no place for them to live when they come home from prison. If they went in on a drug charge, you can't live in housing. You can't even stay with your parent or your uncle or aunt or sister or brother because you had a drug charge and you went to prison. So we victimize and re-victimize our people and re-traumatize them over and over. It's like they paid their dues. Let's help them, lift them up. Don't keep them oppressed and make them feel unworthy to even be amongst their own people, you know. But anyway, that's my rant. Thank you.
Okay, you know that there's a, under Nahasda, you can have your own tribal policy. And I did see certs of it where they sent a tenant where like, okay, if you have a drug charge, misdemeanor, you can't live in housing for 2 years unless you get treatment. Okay, they go to treatment, they come back, okay, well, now you can't get back into housing. Okay, if you get a felony, okay, you can't go to the housing for 5 years. You can't live in housing. But it would think that our leadership can have some input into that tribal policy under Nahasda. So I think.
Yeah, I guess I would also encourage your board members too, to take that directly to, and address those concerns to the housing, I mean, that's kind of what we elect them for, right, at each district. So we kind of got to funnel those concerns through them and hopefully that we can get some action from them.
I just want to update you guys on the shelter too that Myrna touched on. We did submit an RFP to go. So when we first came in the office, I asked the chairman if he would come with me to go do a walkthrough there. And it was bad. Just not even going to sugarcoat it. It was bad. I wouldn't even want to stay there. So we did send out an RFP. Unfortunately, nobody bid on it. So we're gonna RFP it out in sections to make sure that we're doing our due diligence by giving them a safe place to live and stuff. So we're still moving forward with that. I just want to give you guys an update on what we're doing and stuff. So there's HVAC, there's a roof, the rooms need to be redone, and the kitchen and the bathrooms need to be redone. So we're gonna section that out and redo it. And windows, yep. So we're gonna give them the roof was the biggest thing, so that's the biggest expense, so. But we are doing that, we are still moving forward on that, so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From my understanding, back in the 70s, mid-70s, when those structures were put up, it was supposed to be temporary. So you're kind of putting just a Band-Aid on a temporary structure. Why don't they build them a new one? I mean, you're putting so much money into these things that are run down or just placed on a temporary basis anyway. I mean, we need to get proactive in, into our programs. I mean, you look at it, I can see that from the outside, what it, you can imagine what's inside. And how does that affect, the mental health and status or well-being of the ones that are there? I mean, we had opportunities with this ARPA monies to go for force. I mean, it affected everybody, COVID, and we should have been building suitable and standard structures, but now we're just trying to put Band-Aids on them now. We really need to look at this more closely. Thank you.
Aipa.
Angie, you're right on that. That was kind of something I brought up when that motion was made last term for it to be some of that ARPA funds to go towards that building. But again, this just ties into, again, the need to restructure our organization and just reallocating on different areas and the big groups and having a long-term plan with all of our programs and social services needs and stuff.
I just want to rebuttal to Angie's comment. I agree with you 100%. I do. But, obviously it didn't work out the way we wanted it to, because, at the end of the day, people wanted money because it was during the COVID pandemic. So we allocated all that money. But I agree with you. I agree 100% that we need a new building there. And, we touched on it earlier that, this is why we need you guys' support, because we don't have money to do all that stuff. And if we have a plan, that's where we need you guys to come in and help us and support us on these, the economic part of it, because that's what we need to do this. It always takes money to do things when we want to do stuff. That's one of them. I would like to just do away with that building and rebuild them a new one, because then we won't have to worry about it for 15, 20 years because it'll be brand new. The other thing is we're working on is a group home. We need to have a group home, so we're keeping our tribal members here on our reservation, because like Lisa said, they're getting sent out to all of these other places and getting mistreated. Well, we can have a little voice as our ARC. I'm a product of the ARC, I've been there for 9 months and I know what it entails there. I learned a lot in there, and I think I raised hell with her too. And, but, all of these things we need your guys' support on, because we can't do them if we're constantly getting, backlash from people if we're trying to do loans or anything like that, we need support on that, because if you guys can support us, we can move a lot faster and a lot quicker if we're all in this together. And that's what we need. That's exactly what we need, and I agree 100% with what you're saying. Thank you.
Enemy swim?
So while we're still on that topic, the chairman and I did meet with a group of individuals that do have investors that are willing to invest in our area, but it's going to, the easiest way, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, but a Section 17, for specifically that is the easiest way to garnish investors so that they don't lose their investment over a 10-year period, that it remains consistent throughout. So that way it's a boon to the investors, and then we get the funds that we need to get these services that we require in the buildings that we require. And so, I would like to visit that topic further, Mr. Chairman, if we can get in touch with those individuals and see if we can't go that way, because I don't want to sound too optimistic because we know how some things go, but imagine if we get our hospital, homeless shelter, youth building, and whatever else is on a long-term treatment facility, all that done, funded in the next 2 years. They said they can make that happen, and these are investment firms, but the investors need those protections. And I know I've been an opponent of Sector 17, but at this point, it's like I'm willing to resist and cave in if it means getting resources and financials ready so that we can give back to our community. So I could put my ego aside on Section 17 if it means that these services are going to come home to us and if it's a reality. So that's where I'm at on this. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have one last issue, and I did bring this up at DCA, and I know there was a tribal member that did talk to the vice chairwoman on it, and it's the individual who died down in Lake Andes. If there's any assistance that's going to go towards the mother to help her get what she needs.
I did bring it up to the executives. We were going to talk about it we were going to discuss it to see what our legal team can do for this individual. We know there's a short time frame that it needs to be completed. I don't want to say too much because I know we are on the air and, respectful to the mother. So I did bring it up to the executives. I haven't been able to discuss it with council at the time, but we do want to assist the mother the best way we can, and I know it has to be fast-paced because of the timeline. So we are working on it.
I think we also plan to have a quick roundtable after we were done here to talk about that issue. So hopefully, we can maybe take some action on it tomorrow if we need to, since we're in session tomorrow. So.
Okay, that's all I have for DCA, unless anyone else has anything.
Henry Swim?
Unless Lexi had the same idea, but the Gaming Advisory Board? Oh, okay. I gave you guys a quick view, and then Lexi presented copies to you guys up there. What do you think?
Otherwise, this was supposed to be taken to you guys last month. I didn't just bring it up right now.
Yeah, I did pass this out at my district at the last meeting, and they were gonna look at it and make the comments or whatever.
We can hold off onto it for next month if you guys still want to take another look at it. Otherwise, council will probably be meeting with, for the gaming advisory, this week, and then next month as well, then until the policies are approved. So council will still be the gaming advisory until those are done. So, all right.
Okay, no other questions or comments. I guess looking for a motion to.
Okay, I had enough Bellini. I need the powwow committee.
Your report was done already.
Shut up. The powwow committee is requesting a drawdown of $194,000 for the 4th of July powwow. The breakdown will be for prize money, $139,000, staff at $19,000, moccasin tournament at $6,000, and miscellaneous at $29,500. Oh, shoot.
Okay,
Second.
Sorry.
forgot all
Got a
about
motion
you guys.
from Buffalo Lake, second from Haipa, question from Lake Traverse.
I thought you were trying to make a motion to adjourn. That's why.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Lexi, can we just put it into the credit union and they can do a drawdown from there? Okay, I'll make that motion.
Yes.
Okay, got a motion from Buffalo Lake, a second from Tribal Secretary